Hello, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 3, the third edition of the bi-weekly Proving Grounds high-level tournament. I'm Fusion. I'm joined here by Siren, and I'm excited yet again to see some exciting high-level matches.
Me as well, Fusion. I've been looking at this bracket with you so far, while we're waiting for the stream to start, and we're seeing a lot of new faces, a lot of pickups you wouldn't quite expect. It's definitely nothing like what we saw last week, where it was a lot of developed teams. I mean, of course, we do have that as well, but again, this almost looks like a totally different tournament. This looks like it's from a different year.
Yeah, a lot of this kind of does seem like a pickup culture making a bit of a return. There have been some recent shakeups, like I think Sayonara breaking up yet again. We're seeing at the top seed in the tournament is Leafy and Q, so perhaps a little jackpot reunion there. There's a lot of other high-level pickups, it seems to be, and of course a lot of returning strong teams such as Mictlan Heroes. We've got, my goodness, I was staring at it. We got Yamam coming back. We have
Unlimited Woomy United.
Yes,
I believe
and I think
that
Rising Wave. Rising Wave was in here too, weren't they? No.
Oh no.
I miss up. Anyways, true.
Yes,
we do.
Tuki 2, the second edition of famous Team Tuki. And then of course we have some new faces as well, such as Dada. I know that's a new team that's coming into the scene. Of course, all familiar players on the team we have, but when you have a new group like this and you don't quite expect it, it's you kind of aren't sure what to expect from them, even though you kind of understand what to expect from the players on their own. And that's exactly what we're going to be looking at here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've scrimmed against pretty much all of these players, mostly individually from separate teams, but now they're all playing together. So I think, coming out on the side of Data, we'll be seeing some, maybe Junior. I think Dio was playing like dualies last time I saw them. They could be on anything for all I know. They generally play pretty aggressive stuff. Ali probably gonna rock those Tetras as we'd expect. They have two Alis, so don't lose track. And Texture on that back line, I believe. But on the other side, I'm not too familiar with players beyond 96 Magi. Are you familiar with any of them, or with
I can't say I have. I've seen their faces before in tournaments, but it's nothing's sort of coming to mind. I don't know if I've ever played against them directly or if I've commentated sets with them before, but definitely these are not new players. These are veteran players that we just maybe haven't seen so much of on these casts.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is only, oh my goodness, yes, this is only the first round or second round, perhaps, of the tournament so far, so anything goes at this point. We do see double splash coming out and those Tetras, 4 splashes in this lobby. December 1st can't come soon enough, but we've got splat zones on Hagglefish, as both teams will be just trying to kind of fight to contest that zone, perhaps just trying to stay alive and paint as much as they can without committing too hard.
Yeah, and speaking of commitment here, we're already seeing these crabs being popped less than 20 seconds into the game already. That bubble's going to go into the zone and allow that cap to go into the favor of another pickup. But with that being said, that crab is going to stay there and start allowing another pickup to move up and get some pressure onto the side of Data.
Yeah, pushing up onto this left side, they've already cleared out multiple members of Data as the timer continues to tick down. 2 members, 3 members respawning on the side of Data. But there's a very nice shark coming out from a member of another pickup, and Yaru's going to be able to get 1, potentially 2. They go behind, but the Reef Slider coming out as a defense measure there isn't going to save Ali. Yaru picks up the second, and now the timer is below 50, and this is dangerous.
Absolutely, incredibly dangerous for Data at this point in time. With that splash going down on either side, that's not going to do them very much justice here. 25 points left on the board, and that crab is going to come out. It's going to get burnt with no cap onto the zone here. 96 Magi opting to move up and getting this pick onto Ali, who is now dropped into the side. Ali, oh geez, I didn't even realize what I was saying there, but now that is going to be the knockout for another pickup. Ali drops into the alley.
I didn't even catch it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta be careful about the callouts of the locations on this map. I really hope they don't do anything with Macomart or anywhere with those little narrow hallways like that, because I have no idea what I'm gonna say anymore.
There's 2 alley.
Well, yeah, and then make that 3 or 4 once you add a map that has them.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully another pickup isn't calling out the names there, but really great start off for them on Splatzone's Hagglefish. I think that game kind of felt like data was trickling in a bit. It felt like they never really got their footing. They didn't kind of clean up the paint around them as they tried to get out of their spawn. So when they ended up popping specials, especially that crab tank, there was still a lot of area painted behind them that they didn't clear. So maybe just taking it a little bit slower, especially on Splatzone's mode, which can just end immediately.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of an antsiness, maybe a bit of an anxiety about capping the zone in time to, sort of never reach that point of no return when it comes to zone points. Because, once you get down to a certain level, there is a way that you can play that will sort of allow you to defend it a little bit better. And I think they sort of thought their pushing power was going to be more powerful, but we are going to be heading into the second game already. These teams are confident with the comps they are going to be picking. We've seen that fresh fish head onto, I believe, Dio there on the dualies on the side of Data. So with this being, I believe, tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, I think the aggressive playstyle is going to lend to them very much, but they can't really let their defense down very easily. Otherwise, it could just end up being another steamroll.
Yeah, I really like the switch over to Heavy there. Very reliable weapon. It's a super good backline for clearing out Sharks, which they definitely had a problem with last game. But nonetheless, another pickup continuing to pile on that pressure. They get 2 down, but unfortunately go 2 down themselves as Ali flanks around this left side. One member is going to end up getting pinched. On the side of another pickup, they do end up going down. That time does end up kind of ticking as Yaru does get another flank off. They focused so much on that right side that Yaru was able to flank all the way around, but they finally are aware of it, and Data has some momentum on the board.
Yes, I think they're going to be able to burn through this checkpoint quite easily. We do see Ali Tetras having that Reef Slider on the board, and they look like they're going to be approaching this spinner here, spotting out that machine with the auto bomb and trying to get this pick, but this Reef Slider is going to get blocked by that wall, so forcing them to sort of move off of the tower. They are going to be able to move through that checkpoint here, and with that crab coming out, it's just going to be more pressure added onto the board so long as they're able to hold this up.
Yeah, absolutely. They do end up taking out the Heavy. One more member going down, but still relatively even-ish. As I say that, 3 members do end up going down on Data, and Texture is going to be the last one on that Heavy Splatling, and that's going to give another pickup all of the middle of the map. So while Data has to kind of paint up for those specials, another pickup is perhaps going to roll into this first checkpoint without much contest.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out. Looks like we're building up for another crab to come out from the splash on the side of another pickup. They're going to take that flank. They're going to get the Tetris out of the way and popping the crab at almost a flank-like angle. They're going to be able to get the pick on Texture as well, and spotting another member onto the snipe. This is going to be looking like a very hard stagger for Data, and most likely the checkpoint in favor of another pickup.
Goodness, that was a really, really good crab tank on the flank, but I'm so surprised the timer's still at like 60. The tower barely moved anywhere at that point. It just continually got stalled, but as I say that, the bubble coming out on tower, multiple members, multiple picks coming out, another pickup rolling it into that final checkpoint and breaking it. Data has one last member behind them. I think that's Dio trying to stop the tower as best they can. They do end up getting taken out though. Data finally comes back in towards the tower, but it's still a neutral fight, and they're fighting tooth and nail for what should be a relatively strong defensive position.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of these high-risk, high-reward positions coming out of Data here, where they're almost taking the flanks when they're trying to defend, and while that allows the enemy team to sort of get distracted and have to move back towards mid in order to take that fight, at the same time, it doesn't really lend itself to team fights very well when your teammates are responding like this. So we are seeing a lot of fights taking place into the side of Data, but, the map is still relatively sort of this neon yellow. They're not really getting much coverage here, and that that fight is going to go ultimately into the favor of another pickup in the end. So Data, of course, is going to have to be careful about how they come back into this. Their defense needs to be strong, because once you get past that final checkpoint, which of course another pickup was already done, that is terrifying on this map.
Yeah, I do like what they're doing, Data's doing, taking that top left. They do end up dropping forward as the Junior nearly runs away with the tower, gets some extra points on the board as a push just comes in all of a sudden from another pickup. Multiple members going down, 3 down. It's just the Ali Tetras left trying to defend the base from this crab tank, and that's not going to be enough to stop it. Really great, just sudden coordinated team push. They just, you know, they were in there before I really expected anything. It was crazy.
You know, we really need to stop giving Splash-O-Matic so much credit. It's just these insane push-ups from the crab itself that we've been seeing that ultimately have resulted in this, you know, and of course it's more just in the ability of Splash to build up that crab at the speed that it does, and you know, also have that option to take fights. It's an insane powerhouse in all routes. It doesn't really falter to anything. So it's equal parts. You run that for the special as well. So of course another pickup taking great advantage of that in all forms, both in their offense and their defense on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that one particular crab tank, I don't know whether it was Yaru's crab tank or Olive's crab tank on the flank where they pushed into the
Olive.
It was Olive, yeah. On that left side, they crab tanked. They got a pick so they could get into the court, and that means there's no one behind them. So when they started aiming down the right side towards where the tower was moving, they were basically just completely able to fire over that long open area without worrying about having someone to drop behind them. And that's just really powerful and really good game awareness from them.
Mm-hmm. When you put yourself in a position like that where you're forcing the enemy team to either pay attention to you or pay attention to the tower, because your special is so it's so assertive and it takes up all this space and you can't really ignore it, it makes it very difficult. And a lot of teams, they really need to be able to communicate and discuss what they're going to focus in that moment, because you do really have no choice but to drop one thing for the other, I think, if you're going to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like the way that the crab tank forced the entirety of Data to group up by those grates on the far right side by the tower helped another pickup really win that fight as quickly as they did.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's it for round 1. Very quick, very quick set.
I think the teams knew we were a little bit behind in starting up this stream for the tournament. They were like, all right, let's make it a quick one, and let's make it good at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what you're going to get from Proving Grounds with the double Elim best of 3, at least until the very final matches. Double Elim best of 3 matches, just rapid fire to back quick sets. And that's very exciting both to play and to watch. So that being our first set, the next one we will be seeing is In Control Red Sun versus Tuki 2 Electric Boogaloo.
So we are seeing Tart, Joe, Zeal, Logan, a lot of familiar faces on the side of Tuki too. I know Tart has always been on that Tuki roster, and I think Mr. Z is not new to it whatsoever. And of course, In Control, Red Sun, we've been seeing them in almost every tournament. I don't think I've been able to escape seeing Red Sun in any tournament recently. And of course, that's Tigo, Nico, Admir, Nishi, and Beam. Doing very well, I would say. Doing the In Control name well in this game right now. But I'm really curious about this kind of set, because I've never really even thought about how these two teams would interact with each other at all. It's never something that's crossed my mind. I feel sometimes you mill over like the idea of two teams playing each other and you kind of think about it and you go, oh, I think this would happen, but I can't really say I've ever crossed my mind with these two. I have no idea how this is gonna go.
Yeah, I couldn't say that I have any idea either. That's not the most useful thing in the world to say, but I think generally the majority of teams tend to be bringing out some pretty aggressive play styles, with the splash with the machine. I don't think either of these teams are an exception to that rule. I think that we'll probably be seeing some relatively standard stuff. And, you know, when you're talking about teams that aren't in the upper echelon, like, you know, Starburst, or like the tier or a couple tiers below that, it's really hard to think about all the different possible team matchups because there's just too many teams. But with that first set out of the way, we're going to be seeing Clam Blitz for the first time tonight on Scorched Gorge, nonetheless.
Oh, geez. I mean, I feel like this is going to be one of those map modes we see in a lot of tournaments, at least before we get other maps in this game. I feel there is some maps at this beginning of the game where later on in the years we're going to be like, this map was really good or this map was really bad, and you don't know which ones are really going to stand the test of time once we have more options on the board, but I feel like this one is very subject to change on whether or not we'll be seeing it within, 3 years from now, right?
We do see, wow, okay, you got the squeezer coming out on the other side. No splashes coming out from Tuki 2, but they do have the double Zuka, actually. I think I rather like that. No backlines on the other side for them to snipe out of the sky, but definitely good ways to hit enemies who are just sitting up on that high ground. Like this crab tank, they're just going to try and shred that bubble, but it's not going to do enough. It's going to shred the bubble, but they're not able to get any picks on it. Trades going even on both sides, and still both teams are fighting for that middle of the map. A vac comes out, and that's going to kind of just delay a fight here. I don't think... Yeah, they did end up jumping out of that left side, if I wasn't mistaken.
It seems Mr. Z thinks somebody is still down there, but I can't be certain for sure. I mean, surely he has his reasons, but I think they may have retreated from there. Now we are seeing Red Sun being able to push up now. They do have a good amount of clams in their hands, but it's a matter of making this power clam and sort of using their time wisely now that they have a bit of an advantage on the board. And this whole map is yellow, but they have to watch out from that Ink Suka from Logan. The charger on the side of Tuki 2 is going to go down, and this crab is moving in from Red Sun. They are going to re-attempt moving on to this push, and that bubble is going to be coming out. That is going to allow Tuki to buy some time for themselves, but oh no, with Johan going down on the snipe, this is very bad for them.
Yeah, they're still struggling to make a clam though. Red Sun, oh my goodness, guys, please, oh my goodness, they're just juggling and fumbling the ball all over the place. After 19 clams on the board, they're only able to get a single power clam in, stalling just by the basket too long, ending up getting splatted by that splat bomb, and that's always a really tricky situation. People want to pop their specials if you already have to make a power clam near the basket and nobody knows who's going to get it, it's already too late.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that position there, especially on this map, you need to be taking advantage of that right away. And I think, later on in this match, In Control is going to be maybe using that a bit more to their advantage and hopefully learning to not fumble it so much. But this is allowing 2v2 to make a push in here. They have multiple power clams at the ready, of course, holding onto that pity clam. Mr. Z going to pop this vacuum, which is going to allow their teammates to move in here. Logan getting right under this basket, getting the pick on a beam. That vacuum's going to come out. It's going to be 2 members down, and they're not even able to dunk one of the power clams they had in. They had everyone up right under the basket, but it looks like just the clam carriers were the ones who ended up going down. So this is going to be a quick retaliation for Red Sun, and hopefully a lead extension for them.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, still, despite that push, it was really, really telegraphed. They were all sitting on that side of the map. In Control knew their positions from the power clams. They were holding 2 of them, and they kind of just took it slow towards the basket, and the Flingza ended up getting behind them. But a very nice snipe from Mr. Z is going to shut down any potential push from Red Sun. 2 members trapped on that left side. That's a little weird. If they could just push right, if Tuki could push right, they might be able to make something happen here. All it really takes is that 1 power clam, and then bam, that's the lead. The vacuum can make it happen. They've got the clam on board. The vacuum comes out. The score is going to happen, and the lead is going to flip all the way back to Tuki 2's favor.
Yes, now they do have that bubble under the basket. It's going to get shredded by that Booyah Bomb, but of course now they are in the 70s. They do have an opportunity here to keep the basket open, and they are able to for a little bit longer, but that is going to be a 3 down onto the side of Red Sun. Just that Flings are remaining here, and Logan is basically paying rent under this basket, moving back into mid because they have run out of the clams, but they have secured the lead for this game with only a minute remaining.
goodness, and Mr. Z is up on top mid. This is such a good position. Tuki just needs to hold their ground, but those Tenta missiles coming out from the Flings are going to force them to back up and drop all the way down. But this is actually pretty good for Tuki in this situation. Those specials are coming out to stop them from holding that middle of the map. They're not coming out to actually score on the basket. The vacuum comes out very preemptively, trying to kill that machine as early as possible, but it's not going to do enough. They end up, oh my god, the machine baits them over the edge there and ends up getting a kill. They all extended slightly too far, but the clams, the struggles are just continuing to happen again. Just grab them, Beam. Beam, just grab them. No, a secret shot comes in. It's just multiple members going down, and it's all going, oh, absolutely nowhere. One power clam comes in, but not nearly. Oh, they do take the lead. Oh my goodness, just a few extra clams come in the nick of time, but that was a little bit of spaghetti.
So now it is just going to be Tuki's opportunity here to get the lead back. They're already positioned under the basket. They have a great opportunity here if they're able to hold this up a little bit longer. They don't even need overtime. They are able to dunk that power climb and get the lead back immediately. Oh, Red Sun put too many out there, and they just ended up wiping, and that caused Tuki to get that lead back right in the last second there. I mean, I think it's obvious there. Just, you know, when you're playing for lead at the very end there, you have to be very careful about these you know, going down, all four of you, just because these sorts of things can come back right to you, where the enemy team is able to wipe and just get right under the basket and have everything ready.
Oh my goodness. That was really unfortunate because you can tell by the way both teams are playing that they know how to play coordinated, but it felt like Tuki 2 was just so much faster on their feet. Their pushes into the basket were just so much more effortless than Red Sun's. It felt like in terms of objective play, Tuki 2 knew exactly what they were doing. And Red Sun was able to get in, but they just weren't able to really put it together. They thought they weren't thinking about the clams ahead of time. Whereas Tuki 2 perhaps was not as strong at taking control and starting those pushes, but they made much more out of them. You know, and I say that despite it being a very close game.
Yeah, a very close game indeed. Splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. I'm happy to be seeing Sturgeon Shipyard once again for, of course, another game 2 in the set. Splat zones, of course, is just one of those maps where you can set up in a certain place and sort of dominate from there and not really have to move your positioning whatsoever or give that up, so long as you have a strong force in front of you. So I'll be looking to see what sort of play styles both teams will be orienting for in this one.
Yes, zone's definitely a much more of a push now. Worry about the objective later, because the objective just kind of gets taken by you holding space. So perhaps this could work a little bit more into Red Sun's favor here, but similar comps coming in on both sides. With that E-Later coming out from Mr. Z, that Wave Breaker is going to prove potentially very strong in the zone, and E-Later, of course, as a main weapon, just generally quite powerful. Both teams are just going to begin fighting for that zone early as Mr. Z gets a quick snipe.
Vika here positioned right in front of all the other members of their team. They are going to get onto the zone, and looking like they're trying to build up this Inkzuka once again. We are seeing this double Inkzuka comp on zones, which of course I'm a fan of as well, as just as much as you are. And it seems like a very dominating hold for Tuki very early on. Logan's getting in this very great aggressive spot onto the snipe, sort of forcing Red Sun to deal with him, saying, hey, I'm right here. You to fight me or you're not gonna make any progress in this game, which is really good for them. Just playing this nuisance here. Of course, Beam is gonna take that bait, move up towards Logan, and now that Inkzuka is gonna come out after the members of Red Sun, spotting out this crab on the snipe and is able to at least stop the crab for now, but that is gonna be a cap back into the favor of Red Sun, buying them a little bit more time in this match.
Goodness, they're barely hanging on in this situation. Red Sun is fighting for that position over on the left side. They do manage to barely clear enough space as they just were able to get a couple trades and 1 or 2 picks in their favor. Some nice specials coming out just in time, and that's going to give them that cap. It's kind of interesting to see like how they're using the Flingser Roller with those missiles. It feels like they're using them extremely quickly, and I'm not sure they're getting the most out of the value from it there. But as I say that, oh my goodness, yet another snipe for Mr. Z, and he's been really like the star for Tuki this game.
I couldn't agree with you more there, Fusion. Mr. Z has just always, you know, been the absolute namesake of the name Backline because they can always rely on him. He is going to be backing up here, though, seeing that Red Sun has overall taken this fight and, you know, won it. So now that zone is going to be back in their favor. They have very low penalty. This is a great opportunity for them to get the lead here, so long as they're able to hold this up and not compromise where they are. Almost sliding off of the map there, but Admir's thankfully staying alive. Going to be moving back here, just popping these fizzies just to buy up some more time and apply pressure to Tuki. Has that Booyah Bomb ready. The Inkzuka's going to come out for Tuki too. They are going to come back on through the spinner, and that is going to be a zone neutral back for Tuki, and a cap for them just in the nick of time to retain their lead, only if by a 1-point margin.
Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh my goodness, the difference between that point there is like an extra 40 points because of that penalty, and that's such a huge opportunity for Tuki. The missiles are going to force them to kind of back off from the zone here, but Logan, oh my goodness, just moving straight through enemy territory and living throughout that whole encounter. Tuki's been so good about surviving in these situations, and they're just continuing to push up, use those bubbles, use that Zuka, and do so much work, taking back the zone with ease.
Yeah, we are seeing 3 members of Tuki taking good advantage of that bubble. Logan is once again going to get into the court of Red Sun, moving up behind, I believe, the Flingza, which is Nishi there on the snipe. Going to flank all the way around, take the fight against the shot on the side of Red Sun, and taking them out with the assistance of a teammate. And now we are positioned up on the snipe, basically trying to get into the end game state where, you know, they want to lock them out basically right now. That's what they're going for, as you can see.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They've been using that high ground so well. We could talk more about that after the game. Oh my goodness, but those bombs are going to be able to get some nice picks for Red Sun. That's going to give them some space that they need to neutralize the zone. They do still have a crab tank in their back pocket. So this actually could be a really huge opportunity for them to take the lead. They really only need that one special to stall the game as long as they need, as Red Sun prepares for that endgame state, as you were saying.
Yes, and now we do have 3 specials on the side of Tuki too. Some of them are going to get popped. That Inkzuka is going to come out of Logan. And once again, afterwards, just from Spica as well, that is going to be 2 members on the side of Red Sun going down, and perhaps even a zone neutral. Looks like the lead has switched over to Red Sun in that meantime. Spica's going to be trying to cap it as much as possible with only 30 seconds left. And 1-point margin once again, going back to the other team. This is going to be a fight between Logan and Admir on the bottom. Logan is going to get that, and they do have to hold on for overtime, I believe, at this point. I think the zone counter does go a little bit faster, but they do have to watch out for that because they can't let their guard down now.
Oh yeah, the Zuka's coming online, and both teams have been targeting the snipe with that Zuka. But the timer's ticking down. The zone, oh my god, Zuka gets a snipe on the snipe, but they hold the zone in that situation. The missiles came in, but the entirety of Tuki 2 backed off of the zone. Oh my goodness, I can't stress enough how important that is. When you get missiled, get the heck out of the zone. Tuki 2 knew that, because if one member of them had stayed in the zone in that situation, they would have lost it. The missiles painting the zone would have been game over. The very nice snipe with the Zuka from Logan, and really heads-up play, was kind of what sealed that game away for them. Really exciting set.
Very, very much so, and well-deserved for Tuki. I mean, you know, we have these 2-0s, but it's been so close. And I think good on Tuki at the very end there, like you said. You know, when you see that Flingza in the room, you immediately know the playstyle they're going to be going for. Very rarely do you ever see anything differing from the norm with Flingza. Not to say that's a bad thing whatsoever, or any sort of shade towards people who play Flingza, because obviously what they're doing works. It's what's helping them to win. But you know that those missiles are coming eventually, and you have to be able to call that out and say, okay, we know that we're guarding the zone because we're basically in overtime right now. The timer might not say it, but we are. And the best way for us to defend this zone is to actually stay away from it. So very good on Tuki to sort of wisen up there.
Yeah, and I mean, with those Inkzukas, that's another way that they're able to back up and still get that value. The snipe from Logan they knew that there aren't too many ways to get to the zone on Sturgeon, so you kind of have to think, okay, they're going to go from the left, the right, or through Snipe, pretty much. And they had their eyes on Snipe. They were able to shut that down, and really just good game awareness coming out from Tuki 2. They knew where they could lose the game from, where the enemies would probably push from. They knew they only needed to stall them for a little bit. They didn't necessarily need to win, but they couldn't afford to lose the zone no matter what. And just really solid play for them.
Yes, absolutely. Like just an earned set overall. So I guess now would be a good time to go into bracket. I have a decent feeling that we might be a little bit ahead, and we are just waiting on that third round. So of course, number 1 seed is against Nightfarers. Ericdoa fan club versus Nightfarers. Of course, up 1-0. They are going to be fighting against Tuki afterwards, whichever team wins that set. Mictlan Heroes is 1-1 against Scrim Squad 2.0, and I can't say I looked at Scrim Squad 2.0 just yet, but now that they're 1-1, I'm kind of interested. So that is going to be Cynthia, Natsu, Pride, Lemon Cake, and Yeet. I can't say I really recognize anyone there aside from Yeet, if it's the Yeet I'm thinking of. So
yeah, Stargaze.
That set might be an interesting one to pay attention to if one of those players is streaming right now. Smoothie 2-0 against Espresso, Trash Boat against Knockout right now. I love that name. Who is on Trash Boat? That is our number 2 seed. Oh, that's Orion, April, Jared, and that's Taco, I believe.
Oh my god, yeah. Last week was definitely a bit of a far cry from what we're seeing this week in terms of pickups. Last week we're like, okay, yeah, we've got this established team versus this established team, and this week we're looking at the bracket and it's like Scrimblow Bimblow fan club versus I don't know. You know, it's we're looking at these teams and you look at it and it's like, oh yeah, it's 4 top players, and it's interesting when that happens. I hope we don't see too much more of this, but it's funny.
I mean, when I was commentating Squid Junction with K-Bot last week, it was there was this team called Rizco. That is an amazing name. That one's not a pickup. That one's an actual team, and I mean, like,
that's awesome.
I love actual teams that kind of have like these pickup style like comedy names, but Rizco is just on a level of its own. I can't say enough nice things about how wonderful of a team name that is. So let's see. I mean, I'm not sure what else to really cover in this bracket here. Your mum has 2-0'd Unlimited Woomy United.
Aww. Rest in peace, Unlimited Woomy United.
I'm more just sitting in shock here that we have 2 teams with these names. We have Unlimited Woomy United and Yamum.
Yamum.
Yamum. You know who beat Unlimited Woomy United? Yamum.
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 Yeah, and that side of bracket is where another pickup who we saw in the first round seems to be heading. If they're able to beat the 3rd seed, Full Send, which Full Send does seem to be Shockwave, Exo, Will, Liam, and Jack's team. I'm not sure if that's a... Yeah,
it seems like a European team.
Got it. Okay.
I could be totally wrong though, and there could be people up at like 9 a.m. somewhere and playing the game. Which I mean, I've woken up at early hours for my fair share of tournaments. You know, it's how it is when you have a basically worldwide community like this. You are bound to play some tournaments at a very inconvenient hour for you. But what do you sort of expect change-wise from the upcoming season of Splatoon?
Oh my goodness, that's an interesting question. Like in terms of like patches or new weapons.
Like overall changes. Like, do you feel like we're going to be seeing any specific shift as far as the meta? Because I have a good feeling that Pro might see a resurgence. I think the reason we haven't seen it so far in this game is just I Splash kind of just does everything better than it right now. It just paints better, it fights a little better. We don't have, main power-up, so we don't have that same, close to two-shot that we had in Splatoon 2, right? But I think this new kit can give it more of an opportunity. I think angle shooter was kind of bringing it back down in this game, but, when we're introducing some viability to other weapons, I'm excited to see some more variety. I mean, it can never be as bad as the very first meta we had in Splatoon 2, but, I'll take it.
All things considered, I'm pretty impressed with how balanced this game turned out to be at the, or in the first patch. Like, despite the fact that Machine and Splash are probably a little overtuned, we're seeing them a bit too much. They're not, I'd say, they're not horrifically oppressive, and a lot of things still work. I think there's a lot of things that are pretty close to viability that, maybe angle shooter is holding some weapons back with strong kits like that suction bomb booyah kit that Pro seems to be getting, or the Zimmy kit with the toxic mist and bubble. There's a lot of like new options with specials that we already have, and I mean, in addition, I think like we'll probably see some things that bring the top tiers lower, bring the middle or lower tier weapons up. We'll probably see, rise of dualies again, maybe some more blaster stuff. I'm hoping that there's, the T-Tech kit still hasn't been revealed.
Yeah.
So everyone's waiting with anticipation to see what the special's going to be, whether it's going to be like Inkjet or Zipcaster. And I think whatever that kit's going to be is going to determine a pretty big part of the meta.
Absolutely. So we do have round 3 coming up pretty soon. It is going to be Mictlan Heroes versus Smoothie. I had Bald Siren point out to me that Smoothie is mostly the team Blush from Low Tide City. But, yeah, if I'm Popgun with hair, then he's Bald Siren.
You're Popgun with hair. What?
Yeah.
I missed this.
That's a thing for Riptide in 2021.
Oh my goodness.
The real ones will know.
I'm not a real one.
So this is gonna be Boopy, Haya, Lost is gonna be on this with Robert and Dan. I know Dan was at Low Tide City as well, I believe, if this is the same one. We have a lot of Dans in this community, but I'm pretty sure this is the same Dan from Low Tide City. Whether or not this is the Dan that was playing with Blush, or I don't remember the exact roster of Blush from Low Tide, but of course they absolutely slayed in that tournament and did very good. I've always been a fan of Boopy's playstyle and name because I think it's fun to call out the name Boopy. I've also had it pointed out to me now that Dan was on Crown 9, so I was correct in assuming that maybe it wasn't on the same team, but of course Lost, very strong, I believe, roller, like carbon player. I don't know if I've seen much from Lost in this game so far, so I'm curious to see if she's stuck with that play style and continue to play that way, or if maybe other weapons have been speaking to her a little bit more. C9 Robert is somebody I can't say I'm familiar with, and the reason we haven't really spoken about Mictlan yet is everyone knows Mictlan. We've seen them every week. Very strong team. I'm curious to see how well Smoothie will be able to hold up against Mictlan, because we know what a strong force they are, but you never know. You never know. Of course, these players did very, very good at Low Tides, so looking to see what they pull out.
Definitely. I mean, and to add on to what you said, Smoothie has been doing very well in SOS as well. I think they won SOS, what was it, 88, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they've been doing really well, placing high in other tournaments that they've entered. I don't know if they've been entering all of them or too many of them, but they've been certainly placing well. And of course, Mictlan here is kind of perennial top contender. They've been in pretty much all of the recent SOSs and Proving Grounds, and they're always just a contender for one of the top spots.
I mean, anything can really happen this week, and like you said, Mictlan, I think we can predict whether, it's always within a reasonable possibility that Mictlan will make at least top 3, so
Range Blaster.
Yeah, that's very non-uniform. I mean, at the beginning of the game, there was a lot of excitement about it, and a Rapid Blaster on the other side. Ooh. Where am I right now? But I don't know, but I'm excited.
We're in Eel Tail Alley. I think this is kind of Blaster Paradise. There's a lot of tight corners. I think I can understand picks on both sides. Oh my goodness, and as I say that, the Range Blaster Haya ends up walking right into, I think that was the Charger, not a bomb. But they do end up getting sniped out very quickly, but the nice Crab Tank coming out from Boopy is going to kind of even out that position. Both teams continuing to fight in the middle of the map, but it looks like Smoothie is going to end up coming out on top of that first interaction.
One shot, not quite getting the land onto the Rainmaker there, but thankfully helped out by their teammates on the side of Mictlan Heroes. They are going to be taking back mid here. We're seeing a lot of this pink paint, and you know, it is just a matter into their hands now of whether or not they want to pick up this Rainmaker, allow it to reset, or allow this map control to go back into their favor. With that being said, multiple members of Smoothie are going to be going down here, and with the Inkbat coming out, this is no doubt going to be the checkpoint for them, getting it all the way down to 51 and allowing that checkpoint to get out of the way. This is putting them into a very scary position for Smoothie, and Lex going down there. That is just a whole lot going down on this bottom right side.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that checkpoint so close to the middle of the map. They're able to get it really quickly without a checkpoint in the way. All the pushes in the future for Mictlan will be so much easier, but as they see that, they went down, and this is a pretty small map. Smoothie's already moving their way towards the checkpoint, but they do end up getting sniped in that Crab Tank, and that's going to pave the way for Kaz to move in, get the pick on that Rainmaker, and finally stabilize the position for Mictlan.
Yeah, Haya is going to be the last living member of Smoothie there. Is going to allow some jump-ins and other members to stay, you know, and come back in. We're seeing a whole lot of coverage for them, but not a lot of points following that up right now. I think there's just sort of waiting to get this person advantage, and of course getting one shot out of the way is going to be a huge deal for them, because there is just so many opportunities to get sniped when you're trying to drop it onto that pedestal there, and that is their priority at this time, is to get that first checkpoint. They do have some specials at the ready. They have all four on deck. That is 2 crabs, a wave breaker, and a booyah bomb. So as soon as they pop that, they're going to have to prioritize who's not going to get to use their special all at the same time. Boopy's going to be moving up here onto the top right, popping that crab in this very aggressive position, getting ready to amp up to this first checkpoint here. Looking like they opted to take a bit of a different route and not really quite grabbing the Rainmaker, having to move it backwards to deal with Lex, and now once again just picking it back up and getting sniped by this little narrow margin for One Shot, who's gotten 2 members down.
Oh, that was a disgusting angle there from One Shot, getting 2 very nice picks, but lost, doing a great job cleaning up 1, forcing the Charger out, getting a second, and the space is finally cleared yet again. Crab Tank on the bridge over and over and over, rinse and repeat. If it doesn't work this time, try it again. They do end up getting taken out yet again, but the Rainmaker does make its way to that checkpoint, and it does look like Smoothie still has a lot of momentum and paint on the board. They don't need too much more. That's 1 pick. They just need to clear up the Charger, and then they'd be able to push and grab. Boopy's going to make a run for it and grab the Rainmaker, take that lead, get a big lead at that, run it to the pedestal and knock it out. Oh my goodness, that went from 0 to 100 so quickly.
It looked like Mictlan had such strong control over that game, and with One Shot getting these like insane, you know, control shots onto Smoothie there. At one point, even getting that little tiny margin shot onto the Crab Tank, where you get the one shot because you hit them in the forehead. That was craziness. But you know, when it goes down, it all falls. It's like a bunch of dominoes. So Smoothie allowing that to move up with their advantage, and we've moved on to best of 5 now, so of course this could go either way at this point, because I feel like these are both teams that have learned to work with each other very well, and because of that they're gonna know how to counter.
Yeah, I mean, something that I've always been a little bit unsure of is whether teams know how to counterpick both maps and weapons. Because I feel like teams are generally better off sticking with what they know and what they're good at, because their team comp isn't really built on like single strategies or that kind of thing. Very strong gimmicks. Like, most people are running pretty well-rounded comps, and both teams seem to be showing strong play. So I'm wondering like whether teams are going to try and shake things up with like a crazy weapon counter pick, or really just realize, oh, one bad hold is really all it took to lose us that game. And I mean, that is all that happened last game, right? There was just one or two picks that happened at the wrong time, and Mictlan ended up losing that game. It's a really tough situation to kind of know exactly what you did wrong and know how to fix it when it does end up coming down to that one interaction. Was the problem like, oh, that we let them get to the checkpoint in the first place? Or was it that the time that we went 2 down, you know? It's a little bit tough, but Clamblitz Museum. Thoughts on this map?
On Museum. I do have some thoughts on this map. I feel like people haven't really figured out the consistent way to play this one so far. It feels like every team sort of has a different strategy that has varying levels of effectiveness. And I've noticed half the time when I'm kind of going through this one, the only way and only reason we end up getting a push is because the game necessitated it. Like, we are doing terrible, we need one push to sort of get the lead, and we are absolutely flopping in mid, and we're just taking all these bad fights, and, you know, now it's like, oh, we're gonna lose the game if we don't do this, better figure it out right now. And that's kind of how it's been going so far, and I haven't really been seeing much different from other teams, so we'll see what team has maybe figured this out a little bit better than maybe I have.
It's definitely a really weird map, because you start your push and then suddenly there's that gigantic spinner blocking your path. And it's tricky to know like how fast you should take the push or not. But we do see that bucket coming out from Dafter already. 2 picks coming out on the side of Mictlan, and that's a huge opening for them. Getting the middle of the map before 30 seconds even passed, and with all these clams on the board, it looks like they're going to be able to get a push started, especially with that bubble coming out from that Junior. It could get a lot of work done, but as I say that, Juno gets taken out.
Yes, Mictlan definitely revving up here for a push, but that is going to be a bit of retaliation from Smoothie here, picking up any loose clams that they have in their base that Mictlan may have dropped there in that nick of time. But they are going to be taking back mid here, trying to take this fight onto the left. That is going to be multiple members down, so Boopy is going to be backing up, which is a smart decision, understanding that Mictlan is going to take any opportunity they can to move up, and you know, building up a crab once again to try and use that defensively. But they do have to be very careful about this, as that clam counter is going up and for Mictlan right now. You can see it's increasing all the way. I believe that's either 16 or 18. I can't tell.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and the bubble finally comes out just in the nick of time. They're able to get some clams on the board, get a couple extra, but oh my goodness, that push took so long to happen. Because of the crab tank that came out from Smoothie, it took so long to get that push started that Smoothie was just already ready to kind of jump on the push as soon as it began. Even with that bubble coming out, when you drop a bubble not all the way up on Clamblitz, it can be so hard to push out in front of it. Suddenly your team just has a wall that you can't go in front of. And that seems to kind of be what happened, as now the clams all the way in the favor of Smoothie, but it looks like the 52 gal Lex is getting into mid, not able to get some work done, but that could have been big.
That could have been huge if Lex was able to get some picks there. Thankfully, Smoothie has been communicating very well so far, able to call out Lex. With that being said, though, going down ultimately in this team fight here, when it rains, it pours. Multiple people are going down. That is going to be a power clam just left abandoned there for Smoothie, and it is going to be a force for them to restart here with their clam counter, starting all the way back from the beginning. And this mid is just so purple. So Mictlan has regained control, but it's a matter of keeping it at this point, because 68 is really not that much. Just it really depends on how well they're able to defend here. But, you know, I'm saying this about the team that has one shot on the E leader sitting in their base, so...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mictlan Heroes trying to set up a push. As soon as I open my mouth and am like, oh, look, they're starting a push, the push is already over because one member went down. Waybreaker coming out to kind of force Mictlan off that plat. They're forced to back up in that situation. They jump out with the power clam. They're going to, Mictlan's going to end up all the way back on their plat. Smoothie stabilizing in mid, and Haya getting a little bit too aggressive again. Haya's done that a couple times, trying to kind of pressure that side of the map and not able to get any work done because the team isn't there to help. But the crab tank coming out from Oh my goodness, I couldn't see right now. The crab tank coming out is going to be really big, and this push looks like it could go somewhere if Smoothie's able to get that power clam online. Oh my god, the clams nearly get stolen from them, but they do get the clam in just in time. Some more clams come on the board. A tie game at this point. They just need that one clam for the lead, and it looks like Robert on the clam.
On the grades. Oh, you know what, Fusion? I can't help but disagree with you earlier when you were talking about Haya getting a little too aggressive with that range blaster. In that moment, they were able to get that trade onto the E-leader, which ultimately paved the way and lowered Mictlan's defense, which allowed them to get back into their base and start that push to begin with.
I missed the actual kill on the E-leader at that point, so that did end up working out really, really well for them. But yeah, that's a very small lead. Just a single power clam is all it will take to tie the game at this point. Less than a minute left. This baller, this crab tank disguised as a baller, or the other way around, with a double burst bomb for the splash, gets the double, a triple comes out for Boopy. They're looking for the fourth. They're trying to find it. They're chasing him down. They're going to try and make a run for it, but not. They smartly decide, no, it's not worth it. We need to stay alive. And another push is on the board for Smoothie.
Yeah, it's definitely some adrenaline pushing Boopy into moving up all the way into right into their base. One Shot is going to prepare to get some defense here, but looking like all the members of Smoothie have retreated for the most part, getting the pick onto Robert. This is going to allow Mictlan to move back into their base. They are picking up all the power clams they have. They still have that pity clam under the basket that's waiting there. They haven't quite picked that up, but two members are going to go down instantly at the same time as his Ink Strike getting popped. That is going to be a full defense moment for Smoothie here. They are not going to falter their position at this point. They have everyone on every angle that anyone could possibly look at to try and dunk a clam. Haya once again picking this fight with the E-leader, thankfully getting that, rotating back to pick this fight with the other members of Mictlan. That is going to be 3 down, just allowing that junior to get under the basket, but they don't have any power clams. It's going to be not enough time for Mictlan to come back in.
Man, there's a really good defense at the end there. They were proactive about what they did to kind of clear out those clams. I love Haya going for that E-leader in that situation. You know, the entire team's like, okay, we need to push, and their eyes are all on that basket, right? They're tunneling on that basket. So they really don't have time to kind of focus on someone making their way behind them. So really good awareness, really good play. And, you know, like you said, Haya coming out with some clutch plays.
Mm-hmm. I think sometimes Haya was, you know, understanding their role in that game as a range blaster and knowing that, you know, while range blaster doesn't really have that ability to sort of move around the map the same way that Boopy does, it also has the advantage of having that range and that ability to sort of kill before they even know you're there. So paving the way for more mobile members of their team like Boopy to get in by taking picks against, you know, the E-leader, which no one else really has much tools to use to fight, I guess, aside from Crab. But again, really smart decisions to pick the trades that will ultimately favor in them in those fights. So with this third game, this could be match point for Smoothie. They could take the whole set here in a 3-0 if they are able to win this, which is, you know, Splatzone's on Macomart. That is the map. She is the moment. So I am curious with Mictlan Heroes being, of course, maybe more of a veteran team here, and this map mode being probably the most unchanged of anything. This is the most consistent, you know, thing we have that stayed from Splatoon 2. I wonder if they'll be able to sort of use their knowledge from the previous game and apply it here.
He is beauty, she is grace. There's 2 splashes in our base. Both teams are going to be fighting for that middle of the map. I think this could be yet another map that Range Blaster is very powerful on. But I'm wondering if Mictlan may change something up, because it's felt like they haven't had the... You know, it's felt like they kind of haven't had the, like, momentum where they've been all pushing together and, you know, had that glue that's kind of made things work in this situation. They've had some strong individual plays, but it's felt like they kind of haven't been playing like the most, you know, stable, reliable, like, play style that we've been seeing so far. As we do end up seeing lost on that, is that the carbon roller?
I'm not surprised by this. I think before the set, I was talking about how this, yes, that is, oh, we have a Zipcaster Autobomb combo with the Ninja Squid. I'm a big fan. I haven't seen this in a tournament yet, I can say safely. So I'm excited for this.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, certainly so many blocks everywhere. This could work out really well for Carbon, but on the other side, actually, a really kind of slow comp coming out from Mictlan. They've got the Wavebreaker this time. Oh my goodness, they have the bucket as well, and I'm kind of feeling like Carbon may be feasting on this. It feels like Carbon will have a pretty easy time moving in against these weapons that, you know, don't like to get up close, minus that 52 gal, of course.
And we are seeing Dafter here sort of stalling out on the right side here, waiting until their teammates are ready, are building up those ink strikes, just sort of allowing Smoothie to hold some control here until, you know, Mictlan is ready to go at this with full force. With that being said, though, the 52 gal has gone down in this waiting process, and that is going to allow Smoothie to move up even further. And, you know, this could end up being a lockout for them, but one shot getting an insane collateral onto the screen. Oh, one shot's putting on a show for us. That is going to be 3 down in favor of Mictlan Heroes and able to cap the zone finally and getting some points onto the board. Now this is their opportunity to sort of get into their own lockout position. One shot is in a great spot to be getting these picks onto Smoothie as they're trying to leave their base. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out onto the zone, and at this point, they do just need to be careful about their positioning.
Yeah, the Crab Tank comes out to try and move that E-Leader. The Splash Wall really, really well placed by Lex. They're going to try and survive in that situation, but because they're, of course, up against a Crab Tank, they're not able to take it out. The best they could do is run away, and in a 1v1 situation, that's not going to be enough. Dafter gets taken out by Boopy, who's done such a great job throughout this entire set, and Smoothie just regains control so quickly. And, oh my goodness, another pick coming out on that 52 gal, 2 down again on Mictlan. Oh my, Dafter on that bucket is trying to get that pick, but they're not able to find it. I think that, you know, the specials coming out from Mictlan really need to get some things done, because those weapons are going to have a hard time moving in on their own.
Yes, we do see Dafter here, kind of almost predicting Lost would be right under that cliff there. Lost, of course, saying, no, I'm no longer under you, I'm over you. I am going to get that pick, getting the assist, moving back to zone here. That is going to be 9 points left on the board. This is going to be a knockout for Smoothie. They need to move right back in here, but it's only going to be one shot trying to paint the zone, so that is going to be the 3-0 in favor of Smoothie. But of course, Mictlan showing their strength there in that last game, and they just felt like it was just barely out of their reach, and they just needed to, you know, clutch up for just a second longer there.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like when those big picks happen, especially from one shot. I mean, of course, when you play around a charger, a lot of the time you're playing around, you know, you play defensive till your charger gets a pick, and then you put your pedal to the metal, you just go all in, take the zone, move up as fast as you can. But it just kind of felt like when Mictlan got those pushes, they just weren't able to take advantage of them to the extent that they needed to. And Smoothie was kind of like idyllic in that regard. They did what they needed to do when they got those picks. The picks never stopped coming for them, and they were able to hold the zone just so well throughout the whole set. The entire objective just moved at their whim.
And you know what? I'm excited. I got to see Carbon Roller at least once in this set. I mean, Lost is doing it for the fans. Fans is me. I'm fans.
I'm a fans now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I feel like we would have been here a lot longer. I mean, Mictlan is such a good team, though. I mean, I have no doubt that they're going to do very good in the loser side of the bracket, and of course, again, we're still on the winner's side here, so I think we can use this time now to take a look at the bracket once again and see how things are going for people who might not be caught up a little bit. So we last left off with Tuki 2-0ing in control. They have gone down to the #1 seed of the tournament, Ericdoa Fan Club, which, you know, that's great for Ericdoa Fan Club. Tuki, I think, will also do very well in losers. If I take a look at it, I should probably take a look at the loser side as well. But it seems for the most part, it's a lot of teams waiting for the previous rounds to finish up. Let's take a look. I think that's the only sets that I've finished so far. I don't have any scores yet on some other ones. We do have Trash Boat being up 2-0 against NKT Definitivo. So, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of NKT, and I have for, like, I feel like this team's been around forever, but I haven't seen them in, like, I don't feel like I've seen them in tournaments until just recently, but of course they've been doing really good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you've played solo queue or I mean open, I guess, I'm sure you've run into them, but they're definitely a strong team, and I hoped we continue to see them more in tournaments. I mean, they've made it all their way to what's that, quarterfinals? Yeah, quarterfinals in this situation. Wait, what is going? It unrefreshed or something. There we go. Yeah, they made it all the way to quarterfinals. They're unfortunately down 2-0 against Trash Boat, but yeah. So on the other side of that quarterfinals match is Full Send and Yamum. So Trash Boat or NKT will be playing the winner of that. Yeah,
and I feel like the Full Send and Yamum seeds are pretty close. And just looking at the rosters as well, I think that one could go either way. So I do. There's this part of me that's like, oh, is anyone streaming this? Because I want to see how that's going, but probably not.
Yeah, I mean, we got replays, of course. We could always ask them for the replays and figure it out later. But you know, commentating the set live is always exciting.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Robert C9 Robert is Balloon, which makes sense. It's Bala. C9
yes,
Bala.
Bala.
You know?
Ball A.
How could I forget about C9 Bala?
I mean, he was going by Ball A for like a year after the event, or well, almost. So I was surprised to see him not on that.
Yeah, I mean, shoutouts to Robert for accidentally having their badge misprinted Balloon as Ball A, like Bala, and rocking with the tag Bala for an entire year.
With that being said, I do believe we are going to go on a quick break here before we go into winners semifinals. So I think I'm going to take that opportunity here and get some shut eye.
Grab some water. Yeah, take a quick nap. You know.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys back in a bit.
See you in a sec.
Welcome back to Proving Grounds number 3. We are going to be returning here with a very exciting set. We are already getting into the semifinals of this tournament. It is only 9:20. We are on a great pace. But that is going to be Trash Boat versus Full Send. Both teams having, quite the climb in bracket so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We've made it all the way to semifinals at this point. We just watched quarters, and Trash Boat taking out NKT 3-1 and Full Send beating Yamam 3-2 in a game 5 clutch there. So we'll get to see what Full Send is bringing to the table, as they seem to be riding the momentum up till this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to what they are cooking here. I'm looking at these rosters, and of course it's all familiar names on the side of Trash Boat. But Full Send, these are some players I'm not fully familiar with. Of course, Shockwave is, always going to be a familiar face. But Jack, Liam, Will, is that... I'm assuming that's pronounced as Exo.
I think so. But yeah.
I'm gonna go with that for the set. So it will be Tower Control on Undertow Spillaway, which is, I think, a little bit controversial, but I personally have positive feelings towards this one. I think out of maybe all of the Undertow maps, this is one of the more playable ones, the more palatable, as one might say.
Yeah, you could force it down if you really wanted to. I don't know. I don't think it's bad. But yeah, people definitely have mixed feelings about this one. I think the only, the thing that makes me just say think triple question mark is the checkpoint being at 98.
Yeah.
That to me is a very much a kind of moment with this map. But I kind of think it's interesting because it kind of promotes early fights, but it can also kind of promote early bubble where you just run on the tower and press bubble. But still, really interesting map. A lot of different weapons can succeed here, but of course, longer range weapons are generally a pretty strong one, as well as chip damage weapons like machine or blasters.
Yeah, a lot of tight little corners that you have really no choice but to go through, considering the placement of these checkpoints on this map. And I think that second checkpoint that you have to deal with is always the difficult for both the defending side and the side that is the aggressors is that second checkpoint there, and it can be a very difficult one to burn through if you're not really prepared with all the tools when you get there, which doesn't take very long. As you said before, that first checkpoint is just at 98. So I am curious as to what both of these teams will pull out for this one. I don't usually see the very standard 2 splash comps on this map. It is a little bit more occasional, just because of the fact that there maybe isn't that many angles for Splash to take fights on this map. Splash does rely a little bit on being able to get around your opponents and sort of face them from the side or behind, but Undertow, there's really only one way to traverse to the other side of the map, and that is straight ahead. So weapons that have maybe a quicker kill time or more range to them do succeed a little bit stronger than they would on other maps, maybe like Scorch or Macomart, just looking at the other ones in this pool. So I think every team sort of has a different approach to how they want to play this one, and I'm interested to see what both of these teams will do.
Yeah, that gigantic pillar in the middle of the map that kind of separates the left and right changes the strats of how you want to flank. Just because when you want to flank, it's pretty telegraphed. People can kind of see it coming, and you're also separated from longer than usually you'd expect to be. The left and right are definitely spots that are a little bit more separated than if it was just a blocker pillow or something, especially the lower visibility. But a top tier weapon like Splash having a burst bomb, you kind of realize the tax you're paying on tower control. Of course, Crab does make up for that in a lot of ways, but certainly can come into play as we see the Rapid Blaster coming out on one side. We've got the range on the other, as well as reflex for that missile spam. And that is a heavy Splatling as well coming out. Some really interesting comp picks here, but as I say that, just all on the aggression here. This Range Blaster coming out from Jared. 2 picks already. They're going for the 3rd. They're more than aware of where they are, but that's going to be enough to give Trashboat this early lead.
Yes, no, Jared is going to be rotating back to that tower. The Wavebreaker is going to come out from both sides with that Wavebreaker from Jared getting onto the tower. Lee was trying to get in position to defend here, but that looks like it's going to be a very early checkpoint in the favor of Trashboat. Is it? No, no, it's Full Send. Yeah, Full Send has gotten that checkpoint. They're already down to the 30 mark. They are getting onto this last checkpoint here, and with 2 members of Full Send who are currently down, this is going to be very difficult for them to get this back, and this could be a knockout very early on in the game. They just have to hold on a little bit longer with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my goodness.
I think we saw Jared for like 90% of that game.
Yeah, I don't think we saw much of Full Send at all that game. They were spending most of that time up in the sky.
I mean, I guess we understand now why they have such a high seed in this tournament. They have been absolutely wrecking house. That game was a wrap, but I don't want to write off Full Send this early on, considering the nature of Undertow, where things can go wrong very fast if just one little thing goes amiss. So I think this set does have a little bit more to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, man, that just ended so quickly. It doesn't really bode well for Full Send, because Trashboat was the one full sending in that match. But it felt like they were just so separated for most of that game. It felt like for the first like 50 points or something like that, Trashboat wasn't even in their spawn. It just felt like they I don't know, it felt like the small trickles near the beginning really just ended up biting Full Send in the butt. And you know, against a strong team like Trashboat, it's gonna be difficult to really allow yourself to make those kind of mistakes and then, you know, still recover.
Yeah, I think it can be hard when both teams have maybe sort of a fast play style, but one team just sort of moves in a little faster and maybe just gets the upper hand very early on, because they are going to take advantage of that a little bit, you know, quicker than the other team, and they're going to get into a position where they're going to be able to take advantage of it a little bit more. And when you get into mid at that, you know, that quick speed, it's not going to leave you with a lot of preparation when you come back into your base, and suddenly that's all you have left. So that can be a very difficult situation to break out of. So looking to see if they are able to use Scorch Gorge's angles a little bit better. I know this map is a little bit infamous for these exact situations where you kind of get moved in and you can't get out. So we are looking at Rainmaker once again, and that is definitely something we haven't seen a whole lot of so far, and I am excited to be finally, you know, getting a Rainmaker game in here. And Trashboat in quick style has already moved up to mid. They have that tactic cooler popped, and they are ready to go.
One pick already. Here comes the zap. Is that April on the zap? I think moving forward up on that right side, 2 members going down. This momentum is unstoppable. The Crab Tank doing their best. The Wavebreaker doing a lot of work to slow it down, but that's not going to be enough to stop Trashboat. Multiple members of Trashboat pushing ahead of the Rainmaker, able to get the picks they need. It feels like individual players are just going down. The Rainmaker pop gets another pick as well. The Rainmaker gets picked up, and they need to be so careful not to feed this. The Booyah does come out. It's not going to be able to stop anything though. And it just feels like Trashboat is waiting for Full Send to trickle in.
April holding on to this Rainmaker in a really great position here, sort of waiting for the other members of Trashboat to sort of get these picks and move up ahead of her, and doing a great job of stalling Full Send. They do have a couple specials at the ready, but it's just going to be a matter of them staying up and being able to use them. That is going to be a bit of a bloodbath going on in their base. April is still holding on to this Rainmaker. Not too much time left, but are able to get a lot of points on the board here, pushing it all the way up to 25, but this could be the very end of the push, and it could just be the stop there with April going down, but that's still going to be Taco sitting in the base there with that reflux.
Goodness, Taco doing so much work with this reflux, not only getting those missiles, but continuing to put on that aggressive pressure. Reflux, people just view it as a missile spamming weapon, but you can get some pretty solid kills from a mid-range. But that triple ink strike doing a lot of work. 3 members down. Okay, they do spot the last one on that jump in. They get that final kill, and finally, Full Send is back on their feet. they're stabilizing, but they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, 6 is nothing to scoff at here. That is quite a lot of points on the board. Of course, anything is possible in Rainmaker. Once you get the right people down, there is endless opportunities here for them to come back into this. We are seeing some fights going down in mid. This Dooley is going to catch up the Rainmaker, almost looking like it was going to be a trade, but ultimately staying alive there. And now they are taking this once again as an opportunity to move up, but they do have to be careful and not get too greedy with it because they are going to go down like that.
Yeah. Trash Boat is just continuing to pile on the aggression at every possible instant. Full send, the moment you thought they were back in the game, it feels like they're just kicked immediately back out of it. It just feels like every time they blink, there's a member of Trash Boat on their flank doing their best to get into their base and just get behind them. And finally, they actually have some pates in the middle of the map. The Crab Tank comes out. Shockwave on that heavy Splatlings trying to do the best they can. The Tetra rolls directly into that Crab Tank, and that's not going to work out. But Full Send finally has some paint on the ground and an opportunity.
Yes, no, Will has been doing a very good job so far at spacing out opponents on Trash Boat. Is going to go down as the Rainmaker there, but they have made some decent progress. If they are able to hold up and sort of take advantage of maybe Trash Boat's aggression here and sort of wait it out a little bit, they might be able to push up the Rainmaker a little bit further and finally burn through that first checkpoint for them. We are seeing this Crab Tank coming out from Jack, applying a lot of pressure onto that first checkpoint that they want to take there. That's going to be Taco going down. That Rainmaker is ready to go. They have 2 members down and they have an opportunity.
Oh my goodness. Nice pick. Jack coming around the right side gets 1, but the other member drops into mid, circling around behind them. That's all Trash Boat's been doing this entire game, is circling around behind every single push that Full Send puts forward. But with that checkpoint out of the way, finally, it feels like Full Send has some options here. They do have all members up in this situation as they push towards the middle of the map. One member does end up going down, and it's going to be difficult for them to really kind of recover from this. As Trash Boat's already set up again on that right side. The jumps keep coming back in, but Trash Boat is kind of just letting them hold this ground at this point. They know that they don't need to play too strong a defense. They just need to stop them from getting the 6.
Shockwave getting a great pick onto Jared there, holding their ground in mid and allowing other teammates for Full Send to get jumps in. Are gonna eventually get called out and picked off by Orion there, but this has allowed Full Send to not falter in this situation. They could have been much further back in their base at this point if they had allowed Trash Boat to get mid. So very good on them in holding their space and taking their ground. But with 20 seconds left, they actually have to make some action here and get some picks on the board. They can't just keep holding neutral like this.
Oh my goodness, but it's going to be just as difficult as it's been the entire game. Liam trying to clear some space with the Fizzy Bomb, but all it's going to take on Rainmaker is that one player sharking behind them. It's going to be very difficult, and those Tenta missiles are going to do the job for a Trash Boat there. They take the lead 2-0, but this is a best of 5 as last set was.
Yeah, so again, Full Send does still have some opportunities to come back in. They did show, some more signs of life in that game and their capabilities to hold on to things a little bit better. And I think they may have been able to clinch that, if they had maybe been anticipating the way that Trash Boat moves in a little bit. But it is just so hard to deal with such an offensive pressure, and especially when they're always behind you. You never really know where to look when you're trying to move forward, but they're always behind you. It's you're kind of getting stuck between a rock and a hard place at that point. Clam Blitz on Macomart, that is always a fun one, and this could be, of course, match point for Trash Boat. They have every opportunity to knock this one out, and Clam Blitz is definitely a bit of a scary mode as far as knockouts go. Unlike other modes in this game, there is no real checkpoint. It's more so reliant on your ability to keep that basket open at sort of a consistent pace. If you're trying to go for that knockout right away, you sort of have you need people to be in the right positions at all times. You sort of need somebody who's pushed up, playing aggressive, and then maybe some other people behind them who are supporting them from a distance and also, keeping that basket open the entire time. So if they're able to pull this off, I'll be quite impressed. But again, I'm rooting for the underdog here. I'd love to see Full Send get this game.
Yeah, we do see the return of Jared's Range Blaster, though, on this map. Certainly a very strong map for it, and that Wave Breaker, of course, as those missiles are going to be doing a lot of work as expected. And already, Trashboat getting 2 picks. Moving forward, they've got 10+ clams on the board. It's a full wipeout within 20 seconds already. Clams in the basket, a cooler online. The clams just continue to pile in. And look at Jared over on that right side doing so much work along with, gosh, I can't read it from here. But another member of Trashboat pushing up over there and just, oh my goodness, the foot's been on the gas pedal this entire time, getting the score all the way down to 47 off a push that happened within like the first 20 seconds of the match. I mean, you have no clams to start the game with. That's crazy coming out that early.
The second power clam going in here as well. The crab is going to be coming out for full send, hoping to get some defensive pressure onto Trashboat. They are spotting out the flank on the left side. That is going to be 3 down for Trashboat. A little bit delayed, but even so, that is going to be a great step in the right direction for full send here, so long as they're able to get this basket back down into the right position there and sort of reclaim some areas of mid.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave doing the best they can to continue to stay alive, paint the map, keep members of Trashboat back as far as they can, but it's really going to take like multiple picks to kind of make things happen, and I think a lot of that's going to just have to come from aggression on the other side, coming from Full Send. They kind of need to be proactive and get those picks. As they do just that and get a full wipeout on the other side. They don't quite have the clams for a full push yet, and oh my goodness, I was gonna say, as they get those clams, they don't quite get in time, but they do manage to get that power clam in time, and this bucket is going to end up living, so that ends up being a really big push for them. They get the score all the way down below 50. It's nearly a tie game, just a couple clams more and that would be the lead. Just one more clam, but that's not going to be enough. And oh my goodness, a huge push coming out. Finally, signs of life coming out of Full Send there, but still just barely not enough for the lead.
I mean, if they're able to pull that off once again, they could very well knock out this game and catch Trashboat off guard. They had absolutely a bit of a quality over quantity push there, and when you have that much preparation and that consistency, you can get plays like this off. Liam popping this Booyah Bomb onto the right side and dislodging members of Trashboat who are set up to defend here, and they do have all these clams at the ready. They have 14, 13. They make the power clam. They're getting it in. They almost have the lead in their favor. Penalty is very low. They have gotten the lead, and they are holding up onto the side still. There's so much pressure on right below this basket.
My god, who is this team? Will pushing over on that right side, trying to extend that lead a little bit, but that's going to be a full wipe back onto Full Send. Huge push in the first lead of the game. This is a different team than we've been seeing, but they need to be extra careful. This is a small map. That's a lot of clams on the board. Trashboat is going to be making a run for that basket, and they get one clam in. Their second power clam is making its way to the basket. It does end up going down. Look at those 2 clams sitting in mid. And oh my goodness, the Reef Slider is going to clear some space. They just need a couple extra, and that's going to be it. Oh man. Full Send finally had some points on the board. They had some signs of life, and that wipe ends up being really unfortunate and opening the way for Trashboat to finish that game off. Oh, but that was such a good match, and I feel like if this set went on any longer, things might be looking a little bit differently.
Full Send definitely gaining some momentum towards the end there. They were definitely showing that they had what it takes to get these really good quality pushes and these wipes onto a team like Trashboat, but just not being able to hold it up long enough to deal with that aggression, and that Reef Slider at the very end there was just sort of allowing them to knock out that game there. I think that was absolutely a game-changing special pop.
Yeah, I mean, Reef Slider has a lot of like a surprising amount of utility, because you know, if you can place it where if you can place it in a spot where you could explode at multiple different spots and they would all be useful in different ways, you're invincible after the beginning. So it can be really surprisingly useful, and that's exactly what it did. If they blew up early, they couldn't drop on the couldn't drop on the power clam. If they exploded late, they watched to the left side, and they kind of just waited to see what Full Send would pick and played it accordingly. So really, really well played coming out from Trashboat. I mean, the aggression that we saw from them throughout all 3 of those games was just extremely impressive to see.
Very, very good work coming out of Trash Boat, and that is going to send them into winners finals. I do kind of want to take a look at how the bracket has been going so far. Right now, Smoothie has gone down in a 3-1 to ericdoa Fan Club Seed 1. They were able to clinch out one game out of that set. But they are going to be moving on to the losers bracket, which has, been making quite some progress. You're definitely going to be seeing quite a bit of that once we move on to the next casters in just a bit. But teams like Yamum are still in this. Tuki too, doing good. I mean, I think they only just now have been able to start their set in losers bracket, so they've been waiting since that loss we from earlier on tonight, which was not on stream, just to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, this format's definitely really interesting because a lot of tournaments, especially, things which have like a groups format, well, I guess, yeah, the groups format, you tend to wait on other teams to play, right? Especially like teams in your group, you're waiting for a certain round to finish, but you're kind of just waiting for who the people are going to play you specifically in this one, which is why it goes so fast. I mean, we've been seeing lightning-paced matches so far throughout this set, and only now that we're getting towards like the end of losers bracket, things start to kind of slow down a little bit. Things have been just all aggression, even just in the way the bracket's been playing out. Yeah, on the bottom side of the bracket, I think some teams that we'd have to look out for would be Tuki 2, Yamum, and NKT for sure, and of course Smoothie and Full Send are definitely going to be contenders for final spots in losers.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that. And I think, these teams we've been seeing towards the end of the tournament are great contenders for being, teams that will make it out of losers in the end. But you never know what sort of things can happen once you get into that losers bracket. A lot of teams will take a full reapproach to things and realize what they failed to do in winners and start, using that to make it through the bracket. So I believe that will be it for you and I, Fusion. Anything you want to plug, your tag or?
Yeah, sure. You can find me at 8-Bit Fusion on Twitter or Fusion Splatoon on YouTube now. Where can they find you, Siren?
I am everywhere I want to be found. I am Siren Banshee, which would be mostly just Twitter and Twitch. If you are any of those people who are jumping ship on Twitter, you can follow me on Hive, I guess now. That is just Siren on its own because I got on there early. So yeah, I think that's going to be it. You guys are in for quite the stream tonight because you do have a TriCast from Arissa, Shiny Hunter Zach, and K-Bot, which is insane to me. So hope you're all looking forward to that, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure casting. Stay tuned, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the third iteration of Proving Grounds, the bi-weekly tournament presented by IPL Splatoon. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach. I will be helping to take y'all through the final portions of this tournament, and I am blessed to be joined today by not one, but two of the most respected compatriots in all of Splatoon 3. And I'll let them introduce themselves. I'll start with the illustrious K-Bot.
Now, hang on. Calm yourself down. You don't need to hype us up that much. It's just Proving Grounds, okay? You really don't need to do that. What's going on, everyone? K-Bot here. I'm excited for tonight's games. Happy Black Friday. Maybe some of you all went shopping today. Maybe you didn't. I actually didn't hear many shopping horror stories today, but I was also in a car for 6 hours. So don't know exactly where that stands.
The rap god forced to travel for the day, and joining myself and K-Bot will be the just as illustrious Rissa. Let's get a quick introduction from you before we move in.
Just a really quick hello. We're about to jump straight into the game, and I just want to know I really love the word illustrious.
Thank you. All right, so let's take it in. We are going to be seeing winners finals here between ericdoa and Trashboat. And as a quick note, if you have not seen this tournament before, this is where we will see counter picking for the later maps. But we're starting out, K-Bot, with Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Splat Zones Hagglefish, a true classic here. Watch out for the flanks where both these players will want to be. And by the way, Trashboat versus ericdoa is this old sayonara matchup. Jared's on one side versus .Q and Leafy. I'm really looking forward to this.
So far, we got a bit of a clean sweep right now from Trash as we see a nice snipe there on the Crab. And Rissa, looking at the weapon compositions here, we've got some interesting picks, but having watched some of the earlier tournament, or some of the sets from this tournament earlier, I'm not seeing all that many surprises.
Yeah, not too many surprises from what we've seen earlier on in this tournament. And then these players, these are definitely weapons that we have seen them play, and so they stick true to the roles and weapons that they do play as well.
This is a 1v2 seed matchup here in our winners finals as Trashboat, the 2 seed, currently in the lead and holding onto his own with no penalty to chew through. And K-Bot, it's going to take a little bit from ericdoa to get in here, but they don't have any specials to work with.
Finally do it. Leafy in .Q teaming up to take out April, who is sitting there on top of the zone, methodically painting things over. And with that junior displaced, with that heavy painting weapon, all of a sudden it opens up the map so much for ericdoa to start moving forward. And look, they're already pushing their advantage even further forward, getting that purple ink ahead of the zone and giving themselves plenty of breathing room as they try to go for this hole.
And I would have to imagine, Rissa, that ericdoa's composition is so dangerous to allow to get the zone when you have 2 Splash-O-Matics that can use those bursts and those crabs to their advantage. It really does make it difficult to push in, especially when they have that nice backliner in the E-leader.
Oh, definitely. I mean, right now, on this map and mode in particular, it always feels like you need to have at least 1 crab in your comp, and it's starting to be a thing where these teams are running 2 crabs instead, and it really helps you hold the zone. I mean, we just got to see that perfectly from Leafy's point of view there, just using that crab to play defense.
Yeah, after such an emphatic start from Trashboat, it really has become a great job there. And despite losing a couple of members, I think it was kind of an ink bath, for lack of a better term, both ways. But because of that resilience, it will be ericdoa Fan Club, our current #1 seed, taking the victory there, K-Bot.
Welcome to Splatoon 3 Splat Zones is all I've got to say. You throw a few crab tanks on top of there, you have plenty of range, especially with even an E-leader in .Q moving so far forward, picking off any which direction you can approach from, and all of a sudden, the lockout phase is much easier to execute in this game because you have that range advantage, because of how fast the game is able to move, and there's not a lot of specials and not a lot of things that the enemy team can do if they're not incredibly coordinated with one another. If one team starts to get the advantage by having those lockout positions, all of a sudden you're going to see things snowball in their favor, especially on Splat Zones here. And well done by ericdoa to come through with that.
You know, I love the analysis that you use there. The keywords there, I think, being fast-paced and snowball. And Rissa, as we both digest that very fast-paced first game and look toward our first counterpicked map, which Trashboat will be looking into shortly, we got to wonder what it is that they'll look to bargain for or sort of gamble on for their strengths as they look to take a map off of ericdoa.
Thinking about it too, I mean, there's players like, you know, Orion who plays Tetra specifically on that team. There's April who can flex to multiple weapons and play it so well. And then on the other side, if you think about the other team's comp and what you might want to counter specifically, thinking about them having .Q on their team, having that E-leader presence and really strong charger presence, definitely might be something that might come into play as something that you think about when thinking of a counter pick.
Well, and they're two very distinctive compositions. I mean, on one side we have, you know, a couple of dualies and a Splattershot Junior versus two Splash-O-Matics and an E-leader. So really two different states of mind. One team trying to be very agile and dynamic. Not to say that the Splash is not an agile weapon. And for the team with the E-leader, you want to give them the space to be able to work with that. So, K-Bot, as ericdoa, what would you not want to see picked here map-wise?
Ooh, well, anything where these dualies are going to get the best of your splashes, right? The splashes probably want to end up playing a little more passive. Of course, they can go in, but it's all about playing around that cramp tank that they have, right? So if they can have these long open sight lines, those will be where they're most beneficial. But on the contrary, if they have things that are incredibly tight quarters where there aren't very many great positions for a crab to just set up in, and there are a lot of places where dualies can start moving around and they have a little bit of room to move, but also they're hidden by natural cover on some of these maps or things. I'm thinking something like a Mako might actually be to the favor of Trash Boat here, where they're going for something where the dualies can dive in. They have a lot of potential, but the crab tanks also have a wide area to cover, and unless you're sitting on top of the opposing stack, you're not actually going to get a lot of value out of those crab tanks. So real interested to see what exactly the pick is going to be here as this rolls in.
Well, as if prophesized by the man himself, I'm getting word that we may very well be going over to Mako Mart, and it will be zones once again as the mode. And Rissa, this, I think, does provide quite a few options here for the charger especially, but you have some sort of corners and sightlines and long hallways that you can try and abuse if you're a shorter range weapon.
Oh, absolutely. There's so many areas that you can hide from the charger, but then again, you have to be really careful because that charger, if they have those angles that they need, especially the range that this E-leader in particular does have, is something that you have to be really careful for and make sure that you're not in that range of the E-leader, but you still have the capabilities to be in spots to hide.
Well, it looks like one team has traded a Splash-O-Matic to the other as we see just one splash per side instead of 2v0. That hallmark reflux is still going to be here, and K-Bot, we've still got the E-leader as well, along with the sloshing machine, an early favorite in this game's life cycle.
And this sloshing machine is going to be so devastating on this map, and you see exactly why from Goss over here early. Just the perfect angles for this weapon to really find its footing overall in the map. But then, of course, having a little bit of that extra range is going to be incredibly useful to try to challenge some of these elevation changes. Does get taken out, but this is what I was talking about with these dualies. If they're given in a position to move, they'll probably be able to wreak some havoc.
Yeah, you notice how a lot of these fights are not taking place on the zone itself. You want to be very cognizant of where you're placed so that if you go down, that explosion is not going to take up more of the zone. And on that conversation, we saw some 10 missiles come out there, Rissa. I have to imagine that's a big part of the reason why that reflux was picked.
You know what? I think you just read my mind because that was one of the main things I was actually thinking about as we were watching that first initial interaction between these two teams. The missiles actually got to move Q back a lot and really just put her in a spot where she wasn't able to be pushed up and get sniped. So I think maybe definitely the missiles here was a really good pick for them just to be able to keep back that charger.
Leafy doing a great job with movement there and showing that when beset upon by dualies, one of your best weapons as a splash player is going to be that sub-weapon. And I really have to say that Burst Bomb is a former Tri-Slosh user in Splatoon 2, K-Bot. That sub-weapon has gotten very popular as we see a nice double splat there by Leafy.
And this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to actually move in. You have to get into a position to use that big bubbler, but by the time you do, you're already within that short-range proximity where another enemy can just walk right into that big bubbler and take you out. Well done by Leafy to hold the footing here for ericdoa, and it's a large part of the reason why they're still holding on even to this point. Now they're starting to overextend, though. Have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, that's going to be a lead changeover as ericdoa takes the lead here. And that was dangerous for Trashboat in game 1, and it looks like we're seeing a repeat of that, Rissa, in game 2 here, as now finally they're contesting a little bit, but Trashboat just not having the steam to pick up that zone again.
They are not, and now with 3 members down, essentially a complete wipe. This looks like this is just going to be game right here. You see Orion there tries to dive in really quick to get, you know, at least maybe try and neutralize the zone. Unfortunately, though, doesn't quite get to the zone, and it's exactly like you said, Zach. We are seeing what we saw from that first match, where all of a sudden ericdoa was able to pull it out and just get a complete KO.
And, you know, you look at game 1 versus game 2, and as Trashboat, you can say, all right, for game 1, you know, we didn't have any control over the map and mode combination. For game 2, a little bit more tricky, not only because your back is now against the wall, K-Bot, in this best of 5, but also because your first counter pick ends up being a dud.
Yeah, you have to be feeling a little bit unfortunate there for that one if you are Trashboat. But the thing to remember here as well is that with the Proving Grounds format, the enemy team or the winning team does get the chance to ban away a few of the maps before the counter pick comes through, which is actually incredibly important. I imagine that we'll probably see a mode change here, but it's worth noting that maybe what Trashboat really wanted to was might have been stricken away by ericdoa, or both of the maps that they wanted to go to were stricken away, and then they were just forced to go over to Mako. So even though I said Mako might have been to their favor, it's one of these things where if we're playing a very defensive style, as we're seeing with a lot of the specials that are out in this game right now, including things like .Q and the back lines with the Wavebreaker as well, all of these specials are going to be incredibly useful once they get set up and positioned in zone, but are not incredibly useful for actually pushing the enemy members back to try to find those re-engagements, which is something that we've seen time and time again, and one of the reasons why zones is knocking out so much. So I want to see a new mode come out, and it looks like, Zach, we're going to get that.
Yep, and it looks like Rainmaker, as you mentioned, a new mode going to be picked instead of Splat Zones. And Rissa, if you are in, once again, the shoes of Trashboat and you are looking at what maps you might want to go to here, we see now Mincemeat and Scorch are going to be banned by the winning team, as you mentioned, as part of the format. Where do you think you would want to go in this position?
Oh, that's a really, really good question. And thinking about, I like, you know, since it is Rainmaker, it's a much faster paced game mode, and being able to utilize that, I think will be really, really helpful for them. In terms of which map in particular, I'm actually not too sure. Didn't really look at them too carefully. Do you have anything that you think might be good, Zach?
Well, we actually have better than that even. We have the definitive answer, and it is going to be Eel Tail Alley. And I did enjoy mentioning last stream, and I'll bring it up again, the recent survey that was published after 20XX, with Eel Tail Alley being the second most popular Rainmaker map behind Scorch Gorge, which obviously was banned in this lineup here. So K-Bot, this is a fan favorite for Rainmaker. What do you think it means here for these two teams?
Well, it's a fan favorite, I think, because it kind of gets a little bit of both worlds. You get an incredibly fast push right out of the gate to knock out that first pedestal, to get past that first checkpoint, and then you have to fight through some natural cover as well. And there are so many different strategic elements in terms of directions you can take that Rainmaker after that first checkpoint that will allow the map to play incredibly unique and incredibly flexible depending on the weapons that these players actually do decide to pull out. Of course, we also know Grab Tank can be incredibly strong on Eel Tail, so I'm expecting we're probably going to see some of that, but only one coming out this time, instead opting for that more quicker Trizuka to get those more confirmed splats.
Speaking of only one, I can see that there's only one player not running last-ditch effort here as we move on to game number 3 between ericdoa and Trashboat. Trashboat needing to pull off a reverse sweep to avoid getting sent to losers here. And already we're seeing a little bit of a tough start from them, Rissa, as they lose not 2, but 3 of their members.
3 members down. Now the 4th member is down as well. So with a complete wipe, ericdoa just going to pick up the Rainmaker and instantly try and get to that first checkpoint. I really love their positioning and the way they're starting this out, playing really fast and recognizing when they have these advantages.
And K-Bot, an aggressive nature, really favors this sort of mode here as we see a nice flank there to take out all but one player, Orion, the last one alive. And thankfully for Trashboat, they're on the defending side, and that helps stop that push.
Orion comes up from behind, but that was looking incredibly scary, especially when we got that Inkvac supporting the Rainmaker push. And with ericdoa able to get it all the way down to 16, it's Orion already moving incredibly far forward for Trashboat, trying to open up the window of opportunity, and already is going to be able to find two. Now going further in with the Reef Slider, but it's going to get taken out in the process. All the meanwhile, though, the Rainmaker resets. Looks like Trashboat's able to take back control a bit, but here comes Evie.
Yep, and Rissa, we talk about weapon compositions a lot. You look at a weapon like the Dark Tetra Dualies, it has a special that a lot of people do not consider very meta right now in that Reef Slider, and we're still seeing plays like that being made. Why do you think that is, and what do you think it's doing here for Trashboat?
I think that really enables teams and players that do play that weapon to play super, super fast and super aggressive. And it's one of those, like, it's a niche pick right now. You don't see it a ton, but the players that do play it, like Orion, we've got to see, they really, really do a good job at playing really fast with it. And I think their ability to play so fast and then use that Reef Slider without, you know, the other team being able to even think about it, it works out so well for the players that actually do commit to playing those Tetras.
Yeah, and speaking of aggressive play and specials that don't get used very often, we saw during that push up to 51 Issa playing some defense with the Zipcaster there, and not just with their special weapon, but with their main weapon here as they are trying to take down anyone that comes up to the Rainmaker here. K-Bot, they have that backliner who, of course, switched over to the Splatter Scope. Where do weapons like the Octobrush fit into this equation?
The Octobrush really wants to try to get in there and distract. They want to be up in the opponent's face. Hey, hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. While Doc Q sits on the backsides to actually pick off one by one member. But already, Trashboat moving forward might have a push, but is going to get taken down in the process. That Inkvac wasn't quite able to deflect that Slosh Cube Machine shot. And now it's just going to be Jared and Orion here. What will Trashboat be able to sustain from this?
Well, and we've talked about aggressive play, and this is where it starts in earnest if it hasn't already. We've seen both teams get through the initial checkpoint. Of course, that change being made from 2 to 3, where now they need to, of course, make it to that checkpoint, and then once they do that, don't have to worry about it going forward. And Rissa, even though Trashboat made it to 45, is not in the lead at this moment. A minute 45 left. Do you think they have what it takes to make a push?
I definitely think they do have what it takes to make a push. It's just so interesting on this map in particular for Rainmaker. It can get so stally so fast. I mean, in the middle, there's so many different areas and flanks that you have to be watching. Exactly like this, April picks up the Rainmaker, and then Q is positioned in this perfect spot to get that snipe, and it stalls out mid even more. So I definitely think Trashboat has time to try and get the lead here. They just have to figure out last minute here in the last minute to figure out how to get into mid and how to safely push this Rainmaker.
Excellent points, and K-Bot, I don't know about you, but it always feels like Rainmaker ends up being a game mode with a lot more splats than some others, just because teams are frantically making pushes, trying to take the lead last minute, and as we enter the last minute, that's the situation that Trashboat finds himself in.
And that's the name of the game right now, but it looks like Leafy's able to find the drop right on top of this Rainmaker, taking 2 out with 47 seconds left to play. The Crab Tank popped in response here, but what is Trashboat actually going to be able to get out of this? They don't have all their members up. They already committed the use of the Tacticooler, and so they're not going to have that at their disposal right now. Things are going to be hectic here for Trashboat to actually come on back to find a push of their own, and you can see it. ericdoa is very confident, sitting back. They know they've got plenty of points to work with.
They're starting to line up here in a weapon that we haven't really touched on at all. That Rapid Blaster Pro, I believe, is also going to have Inkvac, so it will be at the ready for this push. Jared going to be popping the crab as well, and they've lost the Rapid Blaster Pro, so with 10 seconds left, Rissa, they're going to be down a member, but so will ericdoa.
Right now you see April there at the Rainmaker, tries to grab it in the last 5 seconds here, but Izza is doing such a good job. I mean, we got to see Izza do that constantly throughout this match, but that was just perfect. Sitting above the Rainmaker with that Octobrush and not letting April or anyone from April's team, for that matter, get to the Rainmaker. That was perfect. Not pushing up too far, just watching objective like that to be able to win the game.
A situation devolving into a series of 1v1s ends up in favor of our #1 overall seed, ericdoa Fan Club, who takes the sweep in our winners finals 3-0. They will advance, of course, to our grand finals and await a member from the losing side. And K-Bot, would love to get your analysis on this set.
I mean, again, ericdoa was able to pick off these members of Trashboat one by one the entire time through. It looked like Trashboat didn't have all the pieces in line right when they wanted, or when they did, they weren't able to sustain their pushes past a first initial few picks, especially because they didn't really have an answer for .Q on that kind of a map with all of the different vantage points that Charger is able to sit on for Eeltail right where that Rainmaker is going to start running down. And so once the Rainmaker goes down and once one of those members starts going down, it looks like it was a scramble from Trashboat to actually try to find some way to make a response, to find a pick in exchange, but they couldn't quite make it happen that time around. And I think it was because they weren't all on the same page with this pickup, culture that we're seeing a little bit of return to for this tournament in particular. I expect that to be the case, but I really want to see things tighten up from Trashboat as they get sent down to the loser side.
100% agree that felt like quite a hectic set. And Rissa, I'll throw the same question over to you, especially as Trashboat now has quite a ways to go in their journey if they'd like to make it out of the loser side.
Thinking about that last set that we watched, Trashboat, something that kind of stood out to me was, and I've noticed this too when I've been playing this game past couple weeks in particular, it really is important to make sure that you are painting the map and making sure that you are able to create space for your team. And I think if Trashboat can just get that paint on the map a little bit more, I think they will do so well. I mean, they already got that far, all the way up to winners finals, so they totally are strong players and know exactly what to do. I think maybe that might be that one little thing that could help them out.
Well, from a current S rank to a couple of future X rankers, thank you very much for your analysis. It looks like we will be moving on down, of course, to the loser side to determine who makes it into grand finals. And the set we will be spectating is between Yamum, not to be confused with Your Mom, very similar team name there, versus NK Definitivo and K-Bot. This is where things get tricky as we start to see some teams maybe fighting each other multiple times in the tournament, maybe looking to get back into a grudge match, or really trying to make something out of what could be one of their first tournaments as either a pickup or a full team.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is really going to be the place where you're able to make yourself known, right? Not every team is going to get their glory from actually winning the tournament. But if you can get a little bit further into losers run, especially turn a few heads with a few of the upsets that you might be able to make, all of the sudden you're going to see yourselves get recognized a little bit more. And for these two teams, it's exactly what they want to do. Of course, Yamum has been a team that's been kind of a pickup group for a little while. It's a plethora of players. I mean, for this one, they've got like 8 players on the roster. I don't know what's going on there, so I have no idea who they're actually going to pull out. But NK Definitivo, also one of these probably newer teams. I'm guessing by the sounds of it, they're probably Mexican or Latin American. That's my guess. I apologize if I got that wrong. But it should be interesting to see them come through for this one nonetheless and see exactly how they stack up to some veterans that are looking to try to prove themselves early in Splatoon.
And Rissa, quickly taking a look at these rosters here before we jump into map mode combinations here. You know, we're getting word from the production staff that Definitivo, as we talk about, maybe a newer team, but it looks like they're already making themselves known, getting 5th, tied for 5th in the SOS tournament on Wednesday. That was out of 64 teams total. As we look at the more well-known, potentially, roster of Yamum with folks like Power and Hope and Setu, where do you think these two teams will meet in the middle?
That's such a good question and, thought to bring up because, like we were previously talking about, these are the moments in tournaments where you can start making a name for yourself, start making a name for your team, and start getting really recognized. And I think this could potentially be something like that. I mean, with a new team like NKT doing so well this week already and getting this far into the loser side of the bracket, there's definitely potential for them to get an upset against Yamum, who has well-known players that already have that synergy since they are a pickup team, but they still play with each other. So it definitely could be one of those scenarios here.
Well, if nothing else, these are two stacked rosters. They're not going to be looking for anybody last minute, it looks like, to be on the bench, as they have 8 and 6 members respectively. And for a few rounds yet, K-Bot, we will be moving back over to best of 3 and that non-counter picking format. And it's all going to start in round 5 on Clam Blitz and Scorch Gorge.
Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge, of course, we saw this one earlier in the day, right? It's going to be about trying to find your way to get into that barrier, which sometimes can be a little bit difficult to do, turn that corner. But of course, on any objective map on Scorch Gorge, we expect clams to be one of the more higher scoring because that barrier is very close to that elbow where these players are going to be turning around. So should be interesting to watch exactly what comes out of this. Of course, expecting to see a little bit of chaos unfold in mid, but if some of these players can start getting set up, maybe they'll start swinging the match with a decent amount of mid control.
And Rissa, I'd love to get your opinion about the way that Nintendo in Splatoon 3 has allocated maps and the changes in topography on these maps for each different mode. Some maps become very divisive and flat out unliked or liked based on what mode the teams are going to be playing.
That's a really interesting point to think about for this game. You know, one that instantly stands out to me is Mahi Mahi. I feel like everyone right now, they are not a fan of Mahi Mahi, but there's been a few stragglers here and there who are like, wait, I actually really like it for Clam Blitz. And just little things like that make it really interesting. I love the way that Nintendo has like kind of paid attention to mapping these around each game mode in particular and having those differences, making them all not the same for each game mode. They all have their differences that really enable those game modes to go on.
Certainly that will be needed to be kept in mind as we are not far off from our next season of Splatoon 3, another 3 months, which will feature new maps, new weapons. But until that time, K-Bot, as we take a look at the full lineup here, including the other guaranteed map mode, Splat Zones, Mako Mart, do either of these teams stand out as a favorite, or do either of these maps lend themselves toward some certain playstyle?
I mean, you know, we'll have to see exactly what comes out of the games and see not only who exactly is playing on Yamum, but also, you know, what NKT is going to pull out for us here. But worth noting here as well, right, is that hopefully over the course of this set, we'll see a little bit more of that flexibility. Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge probably isn't going to knock out because getting mid control isn't going to grant you so much control over all of the clams, where very significant pushes are going to be very easy to come by. And so we'll probably see a few different pushes come in there. Whereas, as we were talking about in the last set, we saw Splat Zone's Mako Mart be played, and it was a little bit more lockout heavy, where players were able to set up ahead of time and then use their special weapons and use their main weapons, especially with some extended range, to start fending off their opponents and be very effective in doing so, as long as there isn't a great deal of coordination coming in from the opposing side. So two different play styles to start out here, but interesting to see what these teams pull out for Clam Blitz.
Well, here are the folks that we have in both of our matches here. It's going to be Yamum versus NKT Definitivo. We're seeing some similarities once again, each team bringing a Splash-O-Matic, but Rissa, a couple of changes here for each team.
Yes, a couple of changes that definitely are things that stand out. So on the side of NKT, they have that Flingza, going to be able to utilize the missile spam that weapon has been giving to the game, and that has actually started to come into meta just because it's able to spam missiles. And then of course power here on that bamboozler. Don't really see this much for anchor players, but I think it's really interesting that power is coming out with this for this game one.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head here. Power, of course, quite a well-known and respected anchor player, but the Bamboozler, you know, it's not always a one-tap hit, of course, K-Bot, when you get a little bit of damage on lock there, but it can still be quite a destructive weapon in the right hands. Unfortunately, though, Power is going to be bombarded, literally, by bombs to take them out.
Yeah, Power getting taken out early there, and that's the interesting thing you point out here, Zach, is that this is no longer Splatoon 2 Bamboozler. You don't have the luxury of main power-up being a little bit of extra damage. Instead, you really have to hit 2 of those shots or pair up with a teammate to get something in, and so that anchor weapon might not necessarily be as effective as you're used to seeing. It's going to be used for its mobility, and especially the Killer Whale 5-1 as it comes out. Looks like, though, Power is able to help out the rest of Yamum push through to make sure that this push doesn't go past 80 with 1 football.
Yep, first push of the game going to go over to NKT, and one of the other things we have not yet mentioned about these compositions just came into play, Rissa, with that push. It's those Splattershot Juniors with their special Big Bubbler and their ability to block incoming shots.
That's such a thing. good point to bring up here, because those, especially for Clam Blitz, if you're able to just rush up with that junior, rush up under the basket and pop the bubble, that is going to disperse the other team a lot, because that is going to act almost as like you said, a barrier, a big wall that is just put up and the other team can't get past. So I think it's a really, really good pick here on this map and mode in particular, and we got to see really, really good use of it so far.
Now the team fight's going back into mid here. It looks like control for the most part of mid is in favor of Yamum. The Crab going to be coming out as well, though, for NKT Definitivo. It's going to find a pick each side, K-Bot, and this is where that neutral gameplay becomes so important to make sure that you're not just using specials when you need them on defense, but also to make sure that you can keep mid for yourselves.
And that's exactly what we see Yamum doing here, but unfortunately, with those defensive specials that we keep talking about, especially that grab tank that was coming in there from that player, able to lock down and make sure that Yamum couldn't actually turn around that corner, and now all of a sudden, actually, Definitivo moves forward, throws in a power claim of their own, but Yamum is holding off mid control, or ink control around their barrier right now. It's going to go right back up into the air, and they're still kind of struggling to pick up the pace here in terms of actually turning the corner and throwing a power clam in the basket. You really have to see them move together as a team in order to do that.
And Marissa, sometimes Clam Blitz can get a bad rap for multiple things, but among them, the lengthy duration potential of its overtime, which we may see here, has NKT Definitivo, while they've gotten the first couple of breaks of the barrier there, they've only gotten that power clam in. So a big push here from Yamum could either let overtime go on much longer, or just take the lead and end the game for themselves.
With still a minute and 30 seconds left of this match, that is absolutely something that could happen, and Yamum could pull off here. I mean, when you think about it, a lot of times the advice that coaches will give teams is, you know, make sure that you have clams to follow up that initial power clam that you score in, because things like that can happen exactly like you said, Zach. So it is really important to try and make sure that you have those clams to follow up pushes and make sure that something like that can't happen.
Well, fantastic defense there from Yamum, as it looks like Hope's big bubbler was able to do a lot of the work there in protecting their team. As part of that, they've got now 17 clams of their own, and they're going to get the first break of the barricade for themselves. And under the minute market, not just that, K-Bot, but the lead as well, as they go 3 down in a winning effort.
Well done in order to find that push, but now they've got to play this one incredibly carefully. You can see Definitivo moving so far forward and already actually throwing in a power claim of their own. They've got a little bit of mid-control here. They might have a little bit of follow-up as well.
Well, here comes NKT Definitivo right back in at 30 seconds left. It's going to be 3 down on the side of Yamum, so great job on the offense. That's so important, making sure that you're not just focused on clams, but watching the spawn as you're so close to that barrier when you spawn back in. Finally, now Yamum going to come back and play a little bit of catch-up here, but this push still going, and with the last clam being thrown in, Marissa, NKT Definitivo definitively makes their mark in this set.
Wow, NKT is doing such a good job. I feel like they're doing such a good job at just recognizing when they have the advantage, because Yamum got that really, really strong push there and took the lead, but then NKT just recognized that Yamum was completely coming from spawn. They were able to just rush in and completely KO that. So I love their ability to recognize when they have that advantage state so far that we've got to see.
And K-Bot, it's sometimes difficult to compare sets between two vastly different teams, but with this set in particular, as we sort of look back on winners finals, you know, the winners finals had pretty much one team makes a decent push and then the other team just kind of uses that energy and rolls over the other like a tsunami. In this one, it more so felt like a lot more push and pull, almost like a tug of war.
And a lot of that has to go back to the mode, right? A lot of folks were giving Splat Zones actually a little bit of flack in Splatoon 3 for being so lockout heavy. And it's exactly what I was calling out before we started this set, and exactly what we're probably going to see here is that this game will most likely end in a knockout one way or the other. Now, which way, I can't really tell you for right now, but what I can tell you is that I expect we're going to see a few slower weapons come out. things like Power switching back over to the Charger as opposed to the Bamboozler, opting for a little bit of extra range. And I think that might play to the favor of Yamum here slightly if they were feeling hesitant about how quickly they were able to pump out a clam push on that last match. It seemed like NKT Definitivo was able to do that quite well. We'll see now if they're able to slow things down and find these lockout situations that Splat Zones is really known for right now.
And Rissa, I feel like Mictlan not only has several decent positions for anchor players and chargers to set up, which is an important role, but not one that every team embraces. As we look potentially at another set with one team that has that definitive anchor player and another team that kind of is in the shorter to mid-range, where do you see this resolving itself on a map and mode like Splat Zone's Mictlan?
With these two teams in particular, I feel like this could go either way, especially since NKT has that Flingza player. So if they stick to that Flingza, which we'll see in a second here if they do, I think that could be a huge factor in, you know, maybe NKT pulling this off as well. So looking at these comps, we do see that Flingza coming out again, and then Power switching from the Bamboo to the Anchor. So this is definitely opposite comps going on, opposite play styles in a way, but either one could be beneficial here.
Well, you bring up a great point, and the name of the game, I think, is displacement here, and several of the special weapons in this lobby are going to be included in that, as we see not just Power, but another member, now 3 total members, and a full wipeout coming out from NKT Definitivo. They're not wasting any time, K-Bot, in getting this map and mode going.
I'm sorry, Power. I've got to come after you for that one. He thinks he's still got a Bamboozler in his hands. What's he doing in the middle of the zone? He immediately gets rushed down by some of the members of NKT Definitivo, and they're already starting to apply so much pressure ahead of the zones. Look at how far Yamum is pushed back. They have to use their specials to get back in here, including this Booyah Bomb.
Well, and as somebody like Power, when your special is something like Wavebreaker, that's not going to provide you much solace. However, we did see Rissa, that big bubbler being used to block those Penta missiles, and now because of that, an entry point here for NK Definitivo, who lost the zone originally, to come back and start chipping away at that penalty.
A bubbler can be so useful for things like that, to block out missiles, to, you know, hold areas, to completely stall out the map. So I love the way we're getting to see that used. We saw it on the first game, and now getting to see it again. There's that bubbler again, popping up on that left stack just to try and hold the area. But Yamum here doing a really good job at making sure they break that together and push in to get the zone. Now they have no penalty points either, so they are counting down points right now.
Ooh, beautiful jump shot there by Power, but once again, Power in a dangerous position there. They had Clef on that crab to help get them to a position that was comfortable, but after losing 2 members and expending that Booyah Bomb, they still have not been able to gain the zone, and K-Bot, we see Power here once again having to retreat.
We're seeing some excellent retakes come in from both teams here. Yamum was able to stagger their specials with Wavebreaker and Crab Tank to buy themselves enough space to push back forward. And then that collapse from Definitivo was coming around, but actually the members of Yamum were able to hold off the potential approaches onto the zone for at least a little while longer. But now Definitivo might have their chance, especially off of Brian's Inksuka. They're pushing back in for the zone here, and even though they might trade the lead, they'll look to try to come back here, but Power's still standing tall on the back line.
Yeah, I like the point that you made there. Losing the lead is not always a death sentence here, as we see we have more than half the game available to play yet. And Rissa, we see Power, of course, on this anchor role playing in lots of different positions, but let's also talk about those front and mid-liners here. That sloshing machine trying to bring things up as that timer keeps running down. They may not have enough time for NK Definitivo to take the zone over.
Those frontliners and that junior player, Hope, they're doing such a good job at just holding positions. I mean, with Power behind them and then pushed up, I loved the way that we got to see the frontliners on Yamum taking the left side and the right side of the map and doing such a good job at holding areas. So they were doing a really good job at utilizing the weapons they had, the machine, just making sure no one could drop. And that played out beautifully for them to completely end up KOing this.
Well, K-Bot's equation results in a win for Yamum in game number 2, which will force, of course, game 3 out of 3. And K-Bot, as we now go to tower control on Hagglefish Market, where do you think there were some struggles for NKT Definitivo that they could potentially resolve as we move to a completely different map and mode?
I mean, once again, so here's the thing for NKT Definitivo. They're the ones that are playing more individualist in this, in the current match, right? They're the ones that are playing a little bit more, you know, individual plays, solo play here, solo play there. Sometimes you're able to get away with it, like we saw actually in the Claim Blitz Scorch Gorge game, where there were a few members that were able to get a power claim, able to throw it in the basket, and buy enough space for the rest of the team to start opening up the rest of the map, getting a few more clams, and getting back to that barrier. On Splatoon's Mako Mart, doesn't quite work as well, of course, because you can very easily get locked out. And even if you find one trade with one member, if you're going against an E-leader on the enemy team, all of a sudden your job's going to be made that much more difficult. Now, looking forward to Tower Control Hagglefish, I really want to see them commit more resources and more players teaming up together to start displacing Power on the back lines. I expect him to go back to the E-leader, maybe Splat Charger for the Inkfact variant, but either one, still the same strategy is going to hold true. Displace Power, they'll probably have a little bit more breathing room, and they'll be able to take their fights more effectively.
And Rissa, as we get into game number 3, with one of these teams being knocked out after this one, I'd love to hear your thoughts on not just why this will be such a crazy potential game here, but also why Hagglefish Market is, according to recent survey results, the most popular map in all of Splatoon 3.
I had not heard those survey results actually, but I totally believe it because, I mean, I play it all the time. It's always played in tournaments, and I feel like one thing that is really good about it is it just feels really... The first word that came to my mind is fair. It feels really fair. It's not, you know, like Eeltair where the mid area stalls out a lot. Both teams can really have the cover they need to move into mid or move the objective, paint the zone, whether that be it. So I actually love that that is something that came out in that survey, and I could totally see that.
Well, and we see here no Chargers, instead a heavy Splatling, as Yamum going to be the first team to take the tower for a ride. Big Bubbler also expended here, and as NKT loses 2 members here, K-Bot, this is already looking strong as Yamum gets to checkpoint number 1.
One of the reasons you pick that Splatling, a little bit more map control. It enables players like Setu, Hope, and Clef all to start moving further forward on the map and starting to allow this tower to push even further forward. You see only one of those members even getting close to touching the tower and already is going to get taken out in the process. It's 2 down for the Definitivo as Yamum is approaching this final checkpoint.
Well, here we go. They've gotten all the way to 20, and there's not too much NKT has been able to do about it. One Booyah Bomb expended there, but they lose their Flings a Roller, which means no Tenna Missiles for a while. They also lose their Splatter Shot right on the tower. So Rissa, it might just be a matter of time here if Power can maintain control.
Power just holding the tower with that Splatling. I love too that Setu was there on the tower helping Power get through that checkpoint. That way they could get to this KO even faster. Very, very good game sense and awareness to be able to do that and play that together. And I mean, having that crab going on, the Splatling just looking straight down at the other team's spawn was really, really difficult for NKT to even approach the tower. And that was a really good job from Yamum to just completely KO that.
Well, a mini reverse sweep here in the losers round 5 as Yamum going to be taking down NKT Definitivo. Yamum being the 6th seeded team will move on to take on the 5th seeded team in Smoothie, who's had a pretty interesting run, K-Bot, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Smoothie is a team that's come out here and has had a little bit of an interesting one. Of course, they are in the loser's side, but this will be their first match in the loser's side. And this is a team of a lot of players that have been on the rise as of late. I imagine both of these players really want to prove themselves. Yamum for a handful of veterans that still want to make their names known. And then, of course, the Smoothie roster that'll also be coming in with a little bit to prove. They're the younger generation. They want their names recognized just as much. It will be interesting to see what the result of that set is.
And Rissa, I'd love to quickly get your thoughts on this losers round 5 set. What do you think led to this 2-1 reverse sweep from Yamum?
You know, it seemed like all of a sudden after game 1 happened, I don't know what it was in particular, but I you could tell that Yamom really recognized what they did wrong in that first game and just recognized how to fix it and play off of that really well. In terms of what that might have been, it was in the middle of game 2. All of a sudden something clicked and they were just playing things really well. It seemed almost maybe like they were playing more together and making sure that they weren't playing off not together and not supporting each other. So maybe that is something that comes into play. That either way, they did a really good job at adapting on the fly in the middle of that game too.
Well, let's take a look forward now as we move on to losers round 6. And K-Bot, the seeding in this tournament has been almost exactly on point, as 6 out of our remaining 7, or sorry, 6 out of the teams that are remaining are in the top 7 from the seeding. We are just missing seed number 4, Mictlan Heroes, who went down to another pickup in round 4. And we'll be watching the team that defeated another pickup, which is Prelude, take on Full Send.
Yeah, of course. Popgun just wrote in the stream coordination chat, OMG, Zach, don't feed my seeding ego. Mr. Low Ink out here apparently could still put together some high-level seeding, but nonetheless, this match should also be just as interesting. You know, we were talking about the last one, but of course, excited to see this one too. Full Send, I want to say, given the fact that Shockwave is on the roster, I want to say is a mostly Australian roster coming in for this tournament. It's the morning, Saturday morning over there, so they're feeling themselves this morning. And then, of course, a handful of veterans on the pickup for Prelude here as well, or what I assume to be a pickup. Maybe it's a new team forming. I don't know. But either way, Rainmaker, Mincemeat, this one's going to be very stally here. Expect this from the placement.
Well, certainly the one I recognize is Umbri, a certified crazy blaster player, and they are going to be bringing in that regular blaster. That's going to be their big bubbler weapon of choice. And looking at the Full Send side of things, Rissa, they are going to have that heavy splatling that we just saw in Game 3 of our last set.
Yeah, I like that we're seeing, you know, these anchor weapons come back throughout this tournament already. We're seeing a bamboo coming out from Pulp. We saw Power previously on that, and now we're seeing Shockwave on this heavy splatling, which Power also previously played. So it looks like we're just watching Splatoon 3's meta form right now in front of our eyes as we're getting to see these anchor weapons played that are not chargers. And now Prelude taking the Rainmaker and dunking it to this first checkpoint, making sure that they get that checkpoint cleared at least.
Yep, as you mentioned, Pulp mostly unimpeded there until now as they make their way all the way successfully to that first pedestal. And K-Bot, with some of the weapons that we've been seeing in the meta so far, and with a drastically what feels like smaller map in Mincemeat, I'd love to hear more as we see a nice double kill there from Jack. What makes this map and mode so stally as Pulp continues that push?
Continuing the push here is going to get taken out, but here there are a lot of these angles that the enemy team can just hold on to. For example, this ramp, actually a perfect example, right? You don't have very many ways that you can take the Rainmaker. The path isn't very graded, and that means the enemy team can set up their defenses such that it's very difficult for a push to actually happen. A push is going to be, you're going to need to find the splats first to actually move this Rainmaker. The first checkpoint really is right underneath this bridge where the Rainmaker spawns, as either side of the map is going to be very difficult to try to contest, but once the team finds an opening, they can very quickly start getting that to the next pedestal.
So now we're back in that neutral game phase. We saw the Killer Whale 5.1 being expended by Prelude, and a nice crab being used by a member of Full Send who unfortunately went down. So basically a 3v2 situation. Pulp on this bamboo trying to wait for the right opportunity to take the Rainmaker here, Rissa. But right now, looks like the neutral game system here and building up those specials is just as important as ever.
Very, very important. I love that we got to see from Pulp's perspective there. She was waiting, had her special ready, waited to take the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, 3 members of Prelude did go down as they were starting to push the Rainmaker there, but they were doing a really good job at making sure they had mid, they had their specials ready to have an actual push going. Full Send, though, did a really good job at capitalizing when they were able to push in and completely stop the push that was about to happen.
Well, certainly there's the saying that defense wins championships. It looks like Prelude just hoping that they can take the game as a starting point here. Losing one member here, so they'll be down a member. Unfortunately, it is one of their more high-profile specials that they don't really want to be losing in that crab. So for Prelude, K-Bot, they may have a special advantage here if they're able to build them, but for now, full send with a couple to use.
And again, this is exactly what we're talking about here with things being very stally. Middle of the map's going to go back and forth, and these specials are going to get exchanged, but might not find a lot of value unless they're incredibly coordinated and able to find the splats necessary to move ahead. Full Send is still struggling, but now might have an opportunity as Will's able to come up with a few here, opting now for one of the members to drop back. This will be the first checkpoint likely falling.
Yeah, absolutely clutch couple of splats there from Will. The Splat Bomb, definitely one of the most devastating sub-weapons in the game because of its ability to continue rolling and do massive damage there. Pulp now on this Overlook trying to take out someone but not able to, as it looks like 3 members now falling for Prelude, and Rissa, full send, may be able to full send their way into a lead here.
Looks like they are starting to try and do that, but Umbre right there with that blaster able to stop the initial grab that Shockwave had done of that Rainmaker, and now the Rainmaker is stalled out. You can see both teams are just guarding it with their lives right now, especially Prelude knows that they have to watch this and make sure that they don't go down, don't let the other team grab it, because this could be devastating. The lead is not very big, so they have to make sure they watch it. They did exactly that. The Rainmaker has reset. Now they can take a deep breath, think about playing defense, and time for full send with all this map control to think about pushing the Rainmaker once again.
Well, Prelude with the spawn advantage, but they're actually going to lose 3 members here, and full send doesn't have to hit that checkpoint anymore. They can swim right around, and it's going to allocate them the lead. It gets stopped finally at 32, but with just 5 seconds left on the clock, K-Bot, it's going to be a mad dash to the finish.
Here it is. Nitro trying to paint the bottom of the Rainmaker, and he's able to find 2 in the process. 3 down now for full send. Prelude is able to pick up this Rainmaker, and they might be looking to send this back to the other side of the map. Fantastic push there coming in from full send. Now they've got to do their best to hold on to these checkpoints with that Rainmaker timer ticking down.
Well, overtime here, we see the Trizuka coming out here. They've got a long way to go. It's Pulp once again holding onto the Rainmaker. They don't have much time to contend with, and they've already lost a member. It's a 3v3 now as the big bubbler is going to be used here by Prelude. Looks like they're going to be going on the right-hand side again, and they've decently painted things up. Umbre trying to shark around. They have the Wavebreaker looking to spot the remaining members. The Ink Strike's coming out as well, but it's 3 members down. Will the only member, and Rissa, it's going to be a wipeout.
Complete wipe. Pulp here rushing the Rainmaker forward as Shockwave is going to be called out by the other members of Prelude there. And oh my goodness, what an overtime for us to watch. That was crazy. Completely swapping the lead in overtime. The patience. I think the patience that we got to see there from Prelude was so important. Such a good job from them.
A phenomenal back and forth match ends in victory for Prelude, who just a minute and a half or so before were scrambling to jump to the members of their team to defend the Rainmaker from a push. It ends up K-Bot going halfway up their ramp, and with their final breaths, Prelude able to take it all the way back, force an entire wipeout, and take game 1.
And well done to Prelude in order to do just that. You know, one of the things that I like to call when those overtime sirens are blaring, you really have to try to keep your cool. You can get so antsy, so anxious when those overtime sirens are going off, when you know this is the final moments of the game and all you have to do is X. Full Send wasn't able to execute there. They had a few of the choke points, but then they started to get a few members overextending a little bit into enemy ink, and all of a sudden they go down for it. They don't take the safe plays, and they get punished in the end. One of those safe plays, making sure the feet of the Rainmaker are always painted and it can't actually move forward. We saw that happen a few times over the course of that match, especially from Swish. I wanted to point that out mid-game and didn't get the chance to do that. Fantastic job of just the little micro plays that'll give you a little bit more of an advantage heading in, making sure there's always your ink right underneath that Rainmaker, whether your opponent is carrying it, whether you're carrying it, or whether it's just sitting there free for the taking. Fantastic plays there coming through, but Full Send wasn't able to execute on those small little details in the end, and it cost them.
Both teams endeavoring to execute on X, as K-Bot mentioned. And Rissa, as we get in here on Game 2, Clam Blitz on Inkbot Art Academy, let's take a look at the compositions and see if anything's changed.
One of the main things that we got to see right away there was actually a Luna Blaster coming out from the side of Prelude. Umbre switching from a normal blaster to the Luna Blaster this time around. And then on the other side, looks like the comp is still the same for Full Send, so they are confident with the weapons that they're playing as we start this game off. One member instantly going down on the side of Prelude, allowing Full Send to start taking mid.
And you have to respect the team's confidence in maintaining the weapons and the loadout that they bring together despite the loss, knowing that just one game is not going to set their team's entire strategies back. And it looks like it's working a decent bit, K-Bot, as Prelude loses 2 members here.
Yeah, I mean, Full Send right now on this map has the range advantage. That Swashing Machine and Heavy are going to put in so much work to 3 of the members of Prelude, especially with that switch over to the Luna Blaster. If they can make sure that they intercept the Luna Blaster before it gets its Zip Cast special to really get themselves in there, they'll probably have a pretty good time in this match, but they have to be careful because these short-range weapons will be incredibly pesky. Already a Power Clam finding the basket.
Yeah, you saw there Pulp basically alone, just having to make a mad dash for the barrier. It ends up resulting in an early but small lead for Prelude, and the map control, however, has gone, Rissa, back the way of Full Send.
We're back to how this match was starting initially, where Full Send is doing such a good job at keeping the mid control. I mean, they have a member down coming from spawn right now, but still doing a good job at maintaining mid. You see specials, though, coming out right now from Prelude, so they are trying to get their opportunity to get a push going. But man, this map control is constantly purple, and now with 2 members down, this might allow Full Send to get in a position. They have 2 power clams at the ready to get a push going.
Yeah, you stated it. Not just that, 23 clams in total, including the 2 power clams at their disposal. Basically almost 3, as they're now in the process of what's called juggling those power clams to make sure that they stay active and stay not spotted, K-Bot, if they need to, because there's still some fighting to be done here.
Still some fighting to be done, and they have to use their specials to actually break on top of the flat here. You see Liam going up the air using a Booyah Bomb, but immediately gets taken out by Umbre, who's now on the side, utilizing what little yellow ink Prelude has over here to cause a little bit of havoc and make it that much more difficult for Full Send to actually find a way forward underneath the barrier. He is going to get taken down in the process, but might have bought enough time. No, actually, now the opening is made. Purple ink comes through that ramp, and now we're going to start to see the clams start pouring in.
Certainly better late than never for Full Send, but not exactly the type of push they wanted to see as they started that with 23 clams. However, they get another one there and get the lead and then some, down to 57 at the current moment. Is Shockwave not just doing that, but it's going to pick up a splat onto Umbre, looking for a second and trying to use that wall and ramp for cover. But Rissa, it looks like the first push, though done now, will result in the lead.
Lead getting taken over by Full Send. A really, really good job at doing what they can to maintain that space they were holding, make sure they had more clams to follow up like we previously talked about. Now, though, the lead here might potentially swap, as a Prelude here is going to try and come up and score, but they just needed one more clam to get the lead. Pulp there runs in and is able to run in and get the lead for their team. A few more clams coming out from, I believe that was Nitro, so really, really close score right now, but the lead has now swapped over to Prelude.
And I feel like one thing you have to admire about Clam Blitz as a mode is that there is this sort of never say die attitude when you're so close to taking over the lead and there are clams somewhere around you and you need to make that mad dash to find them, where it is nice to see if, while the timer is ticking down for that barrier to come back up, the teams are looking to either not be spotted out or find that last remaining clam. Jack gonna fall there as we see a couple of fights taking place on the sides of the map, and the special up for Will here. K-Bot, as we enter the final minute of play, this one looking very close.
Very close, but if Full Send wants to pull ahead, they have to tighten up their map control. They know the players on the enemy team are running some Ninja Squid and are going to be using any ounce of yellow ink on the map. They have to be able to use that, and now they're going to start to get punished by Swish's Crab Tank. Looked like it was able to find 2. All of a sudden, map control swing back to the favor of Prelude, and Full Send is going to have to start from 0 here. They've got a few power clams, but they have to go all the way back from their side of the map with just 30 seconds left plus overtime, and with another 2 down, that's going to be a very steep hill to climb.
Certainly not a position you want to be in. 20 seconds remaining, and while Full Send does have the crab at their disposal, they've lost 2 members here. Their last remaining member might be able to farm up their wave breaker here on that heavy splatling, but they're the one carrying the power clam at the moment. So Rissa, as the lead continues to get extended here by Prelude, this would have to be a desperation push if we even get to see one as we now enter overtime.
Entering overtime right now. They have the clams. Full Send has the clams that they need to make a push going in. You can see them pushing in here, trying to score this clam in. They're just playing this so carefully. I love that they waited for this tri-strike to come in. They were able to come in through that tri-strike and get a clam in, and then get the clams in to follow up that to get the lead. What a nice lead swap there in overtime.
I was certainly not convinced, but Full Send making a believer out of me there, as despite some initial struggles, they, as you mentioned there, Rissa, using that triple ink strike to get just enough turf to bulldoze their way up the ramp, find that initial break, and then use the secondary clam, that power clam, to gain the lead here. Another very close set, K-Bot, and we'll enter another game 3.
Incredibly close there at the end. Prelude's defenses, by the way, were fantastically set up. You saw 2 members on either side shooting inward. That's exactly what you want to see. That way your opponent can't just laser you down from one angle. Trying to approach your opponent from multiple angles is huge, but as I was talking about early, Prelude just did not have the range to hold the members of Full Send back from a safe distance. They had to endanger their own squid life in order to move in and actually try to pick off the members of Full Send. That bought just enough time for Full Send, as you mentioned, dropping that triple ink strike, getting a little bit of ink coverage in front of the barrier, and all they needed was just an ounce more to squeak on by. Well played patiently from Full Send, not being afraid of those short-range weapons and getting enough space around them. We'll see exactly that probably come again if Full Send sticks with the same composition heading into Splatzone's Wahoo World. Again, we expect this to lock out. We expect range to play an incredibly heavy role, and I need to see an adjustment out of Prelude heading into this.
And Rissa, want to quickly get a similar analysis from you. Where do you think for both teams the adjustments might be made as we move into possibly one of the only modes that the majority of the Splatoon scene can stomach on Wahoo World?
I think Kate brought up a really good point. You know, what is Prelude going to do to be able to switch up what they need to do when they are approaching Full Send? One crazy thought that I did have that I have seen Pulp do before, and I'm thinking she might possibly do for Splatzone's Wahoo World, potentially going E-leader. I could see that being really, really helpful for them. As long as they are able to utilize that, you know, maybe be able to take advantage of getting that more stationary Splatling player, taking care of that. We're going to have to see, though, and in terms of their playstyle, I mean, it feels like both teams are so close right now. They both have their moments of doing the right thing so perfectly when they have advantage, so we'll have to see as we head into this Game 3 how this plays out.
This was certainly a fascinating map mode combination to watch in Proving Grounds 2, as it was in some of our last matchups, and I'd love to see a similar thing happen here. But for now, we will content ourselves for Game 3 here in Losers Round 6 between Prelude and Full Send. Looking at the compositions, K-Bot, once again, not all that much changing, but that double crab, double splash Matic composition will be available here for Full Send.
And look, already there's one on the map on Jack right now, continuing to pump out a little bit more of that range. Exactly what I was talking about, and we'll have to see what the responses coming in here from Prelude are. Probably going to have to be some incredibly good Trizuka shots to pull off over top of these crabs. And now look at Will sweeping through some of the members of Prelude, coming in like a wrecking ball, and how much ink that buys for Full Send.
And Rissa, I think the fact that the zone, of course, is only on the top elevation sort of belies the fact that there are some pretty significant elevation changes here that can happen, especially if you're trying to keep the enemy team in their spawn here. As Prelude throwing all that they can to try and stop Full Send, but so far they passed the halfway point in pretty good straights.
You could see them using the upper area of this Wahoo World, like you mentioned, the elevation, and using their specials from there to try and get some picks with those specials. You know, they were able to finally come in and get the zone through those specials. It did take a little while, but finally they were able to at least cap it, and that's what matters right? For splat zones, you want to make sure, okay, even if we can't cap the zone and hold it, let's at least cap it so we can give the other team those penalty points. And that's exactly what they did with the use of their specials, and now trying to push up even more as they are getting picks onto full send with even more specials and taking space past the zone.
Yeah, not just did, but have done again, is now Prelude in the driver's seat. You saw there using that Killer Whale and the Zuka as well. Nitro trying to shark here on Jack, missing the initial shots and backing up smartly. That repositioning and that placement of themselves, so very important, K-Bot, and oftentimes an underlooked factor when looking especially at 1v1 matchups.
And a reminder of these little interactions, you cannot see the nameplates of either team. Nitro did not see Will sneak right by it. Then the second that Will pops out, Nitro is able to respond. But of course, Liam's able to respond as well. When Ninja Squid is so prevalent in this meta, expect to see many more of those interactions. But all the meanwhile, it's not enough time for Prelude to take the lead here. And now they're looking to challenge for the knockout. But Jack comes through with the crab tank. Exactly the reason why this is so powerful here. There's a firefight on top of the zone, but it looks like it's turning up purple. Full send caps the zone.
Yeah, this is oftentimes what Wahoo World feels like it devolves into on zones. It's just this mad dash with everyone playing ring around the rosy, trying not to get spotted out on the zone, but still trying to make an impact here as we see one splat there coming out from Nitro, but it looks like Will playing that survivability game, and Rissa Prelude with a lot of points to chunk through, but the lead, regardless, is full send, trying to do the same, but in a losing position.
Full send now has to do what they can to get to the zone. You can see, I love that you can see full send trying to play really carefully. They do have one member down, so they do have to play this really carefully. And with two specials at the ready, they're trying to get in a position to use those specials, though. With two members down on each side, it's going to be up to full send to decide, you know, do they want to wait for their teammates to come back? Do they want to just completely wait to use those specials? Unfortunately, Shockwave does go down, and he did have that special at the ready, so full send now having to completely regroup, get their specials ready to get in a position to push.
Well, and certainly what looked like quite a heavy penalty to get through has now gone all the way through, and they get an extra point out of it before the zone gets contested here. In K-Bot, once again, we're seeing that crab from Will. Liam doing what they can to build up their special, but it may not be enough here in the final seconds.
Look at the single crab holding back three members of full send. Now they commit more specials, try to come on back in here. The Wavebreaker just isn't quite long enough, though, to move Prelude away. And it's Prelude that's going to be able to find that game. Full send was trying so hard to find a way to come on back through, and when they realized there was an opening on that side of the map, but they couldn't quite move fast enough to get enough ink down before Prelude was able to come back up and take care of business.
And boy, there is certainly an ebb and flow to this gameplay here. You can see one team take the zone, push forward. The other team get their specials, take the zone, push forward. So it's very back and forth. No wonder you saw several lead changes there. We will be going to a quick break shortly. I'd love first, Rissa, to get your thoughts on that set before we move on.
That set, I felt like it was so close. I loved, like you said, the ebb and flow thing, Zach, where we could really see where each team was having their moment of getting the zone, getting the objective, and playing off of that really well. But then also the other team doing the same thing back. And it wasn't really one team or the other. It was more, you know, stood out more between the two teams. They were both really equal and really good at playing off of each other throughout this entire set.
Well, it will be Prelude moving on in round 7 to take on the winner of Smoothie versus Yamam. Those two teams currently locked at 1 apiece. We'll be right back, but don't go anywhere. The third iterations of Proving Grounds will be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here once again for Proving Grounds number 3 for Losers Round 7. This will, for all intents and purposes, be Losers Semis. And we have our 2 teams, K-Bot. As we saw on stream previously, Prelude taking out Full Send in a 2-1 decision. And on the opposite side of the bracket, Yamum in another close set, beating the number 5 seed Smoothie 2-1 to set up this 7v6 match.
And to that point, on the Yabum Smoothie match, I have to imagine that the veteran players have been there numerous times over. They're coming off of a game 3 at the last set. Been there, done that, right? They're able to keep their calm and cool and collected just a little bit better. But, I mean, hats off to Smoothie, making that match so close. We got to watch a little bit of their last game 3 on Splatzone's Wahoo. It was also incredibly close, down to the wire there to the very end. So hats off, of course, to Smoothie. I really want to see more of this team. I hope that they stick together and it's not just another pickup, right, in this tournament, as we seem to see getting a little bit more of this trend. I really want to see them stick together and continue playing because I know and I have seen some of the potential from a lot of those players. Really excited to watch them keep playing together.
And Rissa, I'm especially interested in your perspective on this as a competitive player yourself. I wonder how much the fatigue starts to set in, not just because it might be late for some players, but because these teams are starting to rack up several, 2-1s and matches that go the full length of the possible map and mode combinations. Do you think that could be a factor here for either of these teams?
That's a great point to bring up, and it definitely can be a factor. I mean, especially as soon as you started bringing this subject up, I instantly thought, man, there's been so many close games tonight. These teams have been going to game 3s, and just the mental pressure of, being in these sets and not knowing if you're going to win them or the other team is, and just making sure that you're on your game to win these sets, going all the way to the game 3s, definitely takes a lot out of you. So that could be a factor as we do move into this next match for these teams. Or on the other hand, the other thing is that it could be that these teams have warmed up more. It could go either way. They could have been playing in these best of 3s and making it to that game 3, but having that warm up and that experience they needed tonight to play even better.
Well, K-Bot, as we move first into tower control on Hagglefish, Prelude, definitely a team that has had their work cut out for them this tournament. Winning in the first round 2-0, but being knocked into losers in round 2 by NKT Definitivo and having to make their way from losers round 2 all the way into where we are now in round 7. And a somewhat similar story with Yamum, but in round 4 for losers instead of round 2.
Yeah, really going to be interesting to watch this matchup, especially on Tower Control Hagglefish. We saw Yamum play this one earlier, I believe, and it was power switching over to the heavy remix. By the way, Yamum was able to find the 100-0 knockout very early in that game. They took up so much map control and so much presence that it was very difficult for the enemy team to actually find a way around them. With Prelude favoring very short-range weapons, I'm curious to know if they're going to have a very similar fate, or if they're going to be slightly more slippery, if they can find a little bit of a drape here or there in order to get their coloring forward and start to make a surprise play towards someone like Power, who's pumping out that ink for Yamum's side. Going to be interesting to watch how this one plays out, but again, remember, Yamum looked very strong on this game type earlier.
And Rissa, carrying forward the point of how emphatic the last TC Hagglefish match was that we saw, taking over the map meant things like a crab on your side's tent and pushing up with specials that are in that large open plat area where if you're spawning on that side, you're basically jumping into a waiting opponent.
Yeah, imagine just coming from your spawn, your opponent is right there waiting in your spawn with a crab tank just instantly right in your face as you are dropping down into your spawn to try and rush to the tower. I mean, you have to play that so carefully. There's a crab tank going on. There's the heavy splatling. Both of those weapons can shoot straight lines directly into where your spawn is. So there's just a certain way where you have to play that. You almost have to wait for the perfect moment and have the patience and, do things like throwing your bombs out at the other team, throwing bombs at the tower from up above, and making sure you play that safely and don't go down.
Well, let's take a look at what these teams bring here. It's losers round 7, essentially the semifinals. And we're going to be taking a look first at an E-Leader along with some shorter ranged weapons versus an E-Leader and some other moderately short ranged weapons. We've of course got a blaster from Umbri. That's no surprise, but K-Bot, what is your analysis of the situation?
Interested to see Power go back to the E-Leader despite having so much success earlier with the Heavy on this map. Let's see how this one plays out, but of course, imagine he's going to be incredibly strong there on the back lines, and already Yamam is going to take their opponents out too, now a delayed 3 down, and start snowballing this tower forward.
Now Setsu's going to be building up the Guya Bomb here and popping it immediately, trying to avoid some of the shots from that awaiting charger, which definitely has the range to take them out. Also having to definitely avoid the Trizuka, which the bottom of this tent will act perfectly for. Yamam Rissa getting all the way just about to the halfway point and extending their way up to that second checkpoint.
This is what we've previously seen from Yamam too, just making sure they're playing positions really well. I mean, having Setu on that bottom left on the machine, making sure that he does not push up past that area, and just utilizing that main weapon and being really annoying on that drop is something that he has done so well previously. So getting to see it again is really cool, and they have those same strats as they were pushing the tower there. Now a lot of deaths happening back and forth between both teams as there is this initial fight for mid, trying to figure out who can get to mid, get to the tower first, and now it looks like Yamam is back on the tower, pushing it once again.
Yep, as you mentioned, quite a back and forth struggle, and we saw briefly the overhead there, K-Bot. Yamam just barreling out of spawn, not really worrying about inking anything in the surrounding area. Prelude maybe taking a bit more time or having the opportunity when pushed back to their plat to build up some specials from there, but as Yamam continues to extend upon their lead, they're looking a little dry in terms of the special bank.
And look at how many of their specials they were able to use. That Wavebreaker buys them so much space. The Trizuka comes out there as well. And now all of a sudden, paired with things like Setu's Sloshing Machine, they pump out so much pressure back to the opposing side of the map. Able to push this tower down to 21. And now smartly backing away. They realize going further in would risk their lives. And that's not needed at this stage of the game.
Yep, exactly a similar point I wanted to make there, where they were smart enough to back out and sort of be a little bit more metered in their plays. We see Nitro get taken down there. Power going to have the Wavebreaker special, which is quite nice to have to mark your opponents. There's not many other things that can do that other than actually Power's sub-weapon, among them being Ink Mines. And Rissa, with only 93 points on the board and halfway to go, where does Prelude go from here, as they've actually done a good job of controlling mid now?
Prelude just has to figure out, you know, they still have 2 minutes left of this match, and they have to figure out what do they need to do to get past this mid area. I mean, they got the paint control, they're starting to get their specials ready. Pulp there was riding the tower, unfortunately does go down, but it seems like they, you know, can't quite get a grip on what they need to do to get the tower past this mid area. It seems like the defense from Yamam is just really good. Power on that charger, the other members making sure they have their specials ready and making sure they don't push in too far. It's going to be difficult for Prelude to figure out what they need to do.
And you can see the paths that some of these members are taking here. We saw Swish going on the left-hand side here while Pulp tries to give them some assistance, and they'll find it in the form of a pick on Clef. That'll allow them to build up their Wavebreaker and push forward here. And this is exactly the member that you would have wanted on your tower had they not just fallen. And K-Bot, it looks like another push comes up short for Prelude.
And look at how much blue ink is already on the map for Yamam. Already, they're preventing the potential avenues for Prelude to start moving in. We saw them playing incredibly individualistic, playing incredibly with some of these weapons that want to wreak a little bit of havoc, want to try to slip between the cracks in your defenses and try to get something done, but they're not able to do that with how tight Yamam is playing. They recognize how much map control they need, and now they're already starting to build that up in front of the tower here as well.
Yep, Hope hanging around, doing exactly what they want to do, which is stay alive while maintaining that big bubbler for exactly the right moment, and that moment is now, as they were about to be beset upon by Umbri, who goes down in the backline. They don't need to clear those first 2 checkpoints, but they get up to the third, and you can see just how backed up Hope is, despite that, getting a pick, but not before Clef comes up, takes them out, and is doing more than that, as that allows them to push forward here through that remaining checkpoint. However, Rissa, finally some defense there from Prelude as they force a wipe in the last 30 seconds.
That was exactly what Prelude needed to do. They needed to do at least stop the tower if they still want to be in this. There's 20 seconds remaining of this, and if they want to be able to KO this tower or at least get it past 7, they're going to have to play really, really smart here and make sure that they don't go down. Looks like with one member down from Yamam, this might be their opportunity to get a push going.
Well, this is what's needed here. They have the crab, but Yamam losing 2 members, and now Prelude really pushing in force. They have the Wavebreaker going. They have the Trizuka expended now. Doesn't look like it finds too much, and Prelude having to jump to their teammates in order to keep this push going. They've passed the first checkpoint, but as you mentioned, they've got essentially a knockout to get through. If they want to clear this map, they lose their blaster as well, and they will need to jump in. It only takes 1 member touching the tower, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Splash-O-Matic gets on, and with a long way to go, Prelude only gets about halfway there as Yamam takes this game.
That big bubbler placement from Hope was incredibly risky, but it ends up paying off. As you might be aware, as the tower starts to roll through, it'll start destroying any object in its way. And so when that big bubbler goes out, if it gets run over by the tower, all of a sudden that special is useless, gone, vanished off the map. But with that placement exactly where it was, Hope was able to prevent the rest of the team from having an impact on Hope's ability to actually get on top of that tower. That was huge coming in from Hope, stalling it out for just a moment, winning the firefight on top of the tower in that isolated 1v1 to secure the victory for Yamam.
And Rissa, I gotta know, you were casting when those last 30 seconds were ticking down and the lead up to 7 was gained there by Yamam. In between that time and the end of the match, what did Prelude do right and what did they do wrong that ended up costing them the match?
I think Prelude, it was working out really well for them. They were getting into mid, which is really important for one. The other thing that I saw that they were doing right was they had specials ready. That's so important if you want to get any push going at. So they had more than one special ready, and they had set that up so nicely. I think, potentially they weren't able to get in position to even use them to get a push going, and they had to. That was really tricky for them too because Yamam's defense was really well. Yamam had their spawn painted, they had areas controlled really well. So just for Prelude to figure out how and when to use those specials that they did a really good job at making sure they had ready might be something that can help them in the upcoming games.
Yeah, and tricky, certainly a key word there, as 6 is not an easy point to get to here. We are now moving over to Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. This is certainly an interesting map that sort of gets divided, K-Bot, right in the middle.
Right in the middle here, allowing for these 2 corridors that one of these teams will actually start trying to push down, and then adjusting your resources and adjusting your positioning on the defensive side is going to be incredibly important to try to secure yourselves the victory. Remember what I said earlier, all about making sure that the path to the Rainmaker is painted in your color, whether you're on offense or defense. If you're able to do that, you're probably going to come away with a lot of these Rainmaker victories.
And look at this Bamboo trying to duck and dive their way out of a splat, but they go down anyway, and that's going to help result in the first push going toward Yamam, getting the pop on the pedestal there, and that means they won't have to worry about that until basically the remainder of the game. Clef here now in the middle in a 1v2. That's a dangerous situation here, and Rissa, it's Crab City as they're trading them back and forth.
Yeah, lots of crabs coming out here. I mean, when Yamam got their push going there, I really liked that for one, they recognized that team was on the left side of the map, so they went to the right checkpoint, but also Clef was in that crab helping push the Rainmaker, making sure that they were defending it really nicely. So crabs are really, really coming into play here at the very start of this match, and I'm sure we will see many more.
Prelude losing 2, followed by the Rainmaker, so what was the start of a push ends up being a minute one as they make it only 5 points in. And once again, we're spectating Clef on this Splash-O-Matic. This has been such an important facet of these tournaments, but it's certainly not the only facet, K-Bot, as we have other members like the Splattershot Jr. and of course these ever-prevalent sloshing machines.
And look at that, Junior. You mentioned it, the big bubbler goes right up there, allows this Rainmaker to get picked up, and now Hope is just continuing to sneak this up, adding a few more points to Yamam's score. Brilliantly done there in order to take that Rainmaker around and just get a few extra points on the board, a little bit of extra insurance after that first checkpoint, which is still standing, that Prelude is going to have to defend.
Yeah, Yamam looking like the team more so that enjoys full sending it as opposed to the actual full send. As we see things go back to mid here, the Rainmaker Shield looking to be bopped by both teams, but Prelude having more bodies on the sides there to get the job done. Both teams losing a member there, but Yamam not really waiting for other members to go down here for Prelude. They're just going to try and bullishly push their way through. And Rissa, it seems to be working as they make their way over to the first checkpoint, but not quite on top of it.
Ooh, so close. Pulp there was just about to be able to dunk the Rainmaker, but if they can pop the Rainmaker right now, they are able to do so and dunk the Rainmaker. I love the pressure we're seeing right now from Umbre on this machine, and then that Inkzuka that came out as well. This is exactly the pressure that Prelude has been needing to put on. I mean, they are now in a position where they were able to utilize their specials much better. That Inkzuka, that Booyah Bomb that came out, and that allowed them to get the lead all the way to 19.
And that is an emphatic lead gained. Hope able to take down the Squid, jumping in, just barely finds a delayed double there. A Swish will also fall, and because of that, they're just about halfway to yet another big bubbler here. Meanwhile, Hope taking this common anchor oversight here, not really seen too much on a somewhat shorter range weapon in terms of chargers like the Bamboozler, but K-Bot, we're now sort of back into that mid state, and things are starting to go finally in Prelude's way.
To your point, Zach, when we're talking about the neutral state of this game, it's Prelude that can play a little bit more defensive here. They've got the lead, and it's Yamam that has to push into them. So if Pulp can sit up there on that bamboo, she'll be doing a fantastic job of making sure that nobody can actually pass through this right side of the map. Now it's going to drop down and has to be careful as the adjustment's coming out. Yamam's pushing over the left side.
Prelude fighting for their tournament lives here as they hop over that previous checkpoint. Power backed into a corner, but they've got plenty of reinforcements as Setu and their junior looking to protect the president here. However, the Killer Whale 5.1 coming out. They're trying to use this uninkable rail up top here, but Power not able to push forward, and in fact, backed into a wall, somehow not going down to that Booyah Bomb. And with 45 seconds left, they're having to retreat a little bit, but they are certainly on a timer, Rissa.
They're doing such a good job at avoiding all these specials that are coming out, and it's just Power left on the Rainmaker. What a valiant effort from Power there, just making sure that he stayed alive as long as possible to really commit to getting the lead there. Did a really good job at avoiding all those specials, but finally Prelude used those specials and collapsed around them so nicely to completely stop the Rainmaker. I love that Swish there, grabbed the Rainmaker and pushed it farther away from their side of the map there, so that way it makes it that much harder for Yamam to try and figure out how to get the lead as we are about to go potentially into overtime.
Yep, and the decision there too to not jump off the map with the Rainmaker and reset it back to mid, but to hold onto it themselves and put it into basically a corridor as we enter overtime here. Yamam needing to get to 18 in order to seal this set off and avoid going to a game 3, but it's not going to happen as the flanker gets into the back lines, and the likely suspect yet again looks to be a Splash-O-Matic, and we'll have a set tied at 1.
You've got to watch your backs at all times. You never know when there's going to be an enemy Squid or Octo lurking behind you, popping out, ready to take out that Rainmaker when it matters most. Hats off to Swish there. And by the way, from Prelude overall, I liked this look from them. The composition changes up a little bit with Umbre on this sloshing machine. That sloshing machine doesn't sound like it makes that big of a difference over the blaster, but oh boy, does it. A little bit of extra inking presence in addition to a little bit of extra range, trading for slightly more splatting power. I think all of these things are exactly what Prelude is looking for right now. When they have a little bit of that extra range from the fizzy bombs and the main weapon from that sloshing machine alone, being able to challenge the high ground, and then you pair that with a crab tank, with a Killer Whale 5.1, or with the Trizuka, excuse me, coming in from any of the other members of Prelude, all of the sudden their range problem is solved, and it's Yamam that didn't have an answer for a lot of those things, especially that push we saw from Prelude. So I'm interested to see now as we change it up to Clam Blitz on Museum where some adaptations are going to come in.
And I'll feed it right over to you on that point, Rissa. Museum to Alfonsino, again using this survey here from, I believe, Dapple Productions in 20XX, ranked the most favored Clam Blitz map with 106 votes. It's game 3 in a best of 3. What are we going to see?
This map is really, really fun to play on, I feel like, for Clam Blitz. It's just really balanced, and there's that mid area, and it's easy for teams to take control of that. But the thing that makes it really interesting is this plat area that we get to see on the left and right side of the map. There's so many things that can happen that make it really interesting and fun to play. It's not too stally, and I feel like I could see exactly why this would be voted #1 Clam Blitz map.
Well, looks like both teams more so than on, especially Hagglefish, taking their time as dueling Killer Whale 5.1s do come out, taking their time to paint up not just mid, but their own sides of the map. It looks like Prelude mostly backed off into that left-hand corner. They're trying to get out with the help of this Trizuka, but backed up a little bit by the Booyah Bomb. So again, mostly still in a neutral state. Not too much has changed here, K-Bot, as both teams try to pick up as many clams as they can.
And one of the things here as we're seeing this neutral state come out is that 3 out of the 4 weapons on either side of the map are the exact same. It's a splatter shot versus the Junior, where there's more defensive and staying power for Yamum, and there's a little more inking and splatting power for Prelude. But it looks like it's going to be Yamum that gets the edge first. They push this already down to 53 and are looking to stick around for even more.
And this feels like a scary map yet, even though it's fun to play Clam Blitz on, and you can see why Yamum continuing on to try and lock them out, and Prelude essentially getting beset upon when jumping out from their spawn. Nitro doing everything that they can to try and get out, splatting power, but going down in the aftermath, and already Yamum losing 2 members, but making a great push because of it, and Rissa with still a good bit of control here in mid, and with the rest of their team jumping in, I wonder if we'll see a resurging push from Yamum instead of a counter from Prelude.
You know, they do have that presence. They're sticking together. They're making sure you can see they're playing together. Setu, I believe, there was using that Booyah Bomb to already get their defense going. I like that they didn't wait to play their defense until the other team was pushed up. They already knew the other team was getting ready to get a push going. They started using specials, and now that is allowing them, exactly like you said, to now potentially get a resurging push going. Power there did push up as they were starting to push through their specials, but finally the defense coming out really nicely from Prelude is allowing them to be the team now pushing into mid.
And K-Bot, I think we're seeing your earlier point here come to fruition. Multiple times in this game, we've seen the Killer Whale 5.1s come out at the same time, despite, I think, Power holding more special charge on their kit. And these weapons that are dueling seem to be dueling each other pretty often. As Pulp now for Prelude going to get the first pop, and they'll start their first push in earnest as Yamum goes 3 down with a full wipe now.
A wipeout comes through. Now we're retreating back for clans, but notably Nitro still sticking around, still trying to lock this area down, provide a little bit of extra blue ink underneath the barrier for the clans to come through, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough. It's Setu and Hope coming off of the spawners in order to take out the members of Prelude and maintain orange ink underneath their own barrier. Well done by them, quick thinking to come in off the respawn, even with little specials at their disposal, and now they have the opportunity to stabilize this game a little bit more and slow the pace of it down with their slightly more defensive composition.
Turning a potential disadvantage into an advantage here, as Yamum having the wherewithal as a team to jump down from spawn at the same time to play that defense instead of trickling in. Very important, and as you can see, as a result, the map control in mid starting to swing back in Yamum's favor with 1.5 minutes left to go. They're holding on to what looks to be a somewhat tenuous lead, but Rissa, these penalties that you see attached to the numbers here in Clam Blitz are just as important as the larger numbers above them.
Oh, absolutely they are. They can be a big factor in scoring in a clam. You have to make sure that you get through your penalty points before you can even actually count down your actual points. So sometimes you think, okay, yeah, we're going to break the basket, and then that is going to let your team break the basket. But this is where we've talked about previously, where you need to make sure you have clams to follow up breaking the basket, because those penalty points will be a big factor in making sure you get through them first in order to get more points on more points on the board for yourself.
And I think, too, in the transition from Splatoon 2 to 3, the patience required in order for you to push in with clams is that much more important, because you don't have specials like the baller that you can rely upon. And that's why we saw Prelude waiting for those members to jump in. However, it doesn't work out as they planned. And with under 30 seconds left to go, K-Bot, Yamum once again with that tidal flow, bringing it back into mid and trying to lock them out.
beautiful use of Power's Killer Whale 5-1 to strike when it matters most, as Prelude was trying to reposition, trying to find more clams, trying to find an opening. The specials come out of Yamum, locking that down and potentially slowing down the game, but hold on, 2 down, Swish turn to the corner of the Crab Tank here, and Prelude might have an opportunity to push in.
And these overtimes are notoriously long. We see the penalty get completely erased here. It's going to be 2 down, though, from the side of Prelude, but it doesn't quite matter. They'll find the clams with their remaining 2 bodies, and Prelude, it was indeed a prelude that their Game 2 victory would result in a Game 3 reverse sweep as they take down Yamum and move on to Losers Finals.
What an amazing job from Prelude to completely flip this and just do such a good job at adapting. It seemed like K-Bot, like how K-Bot highlighted, once Umbre switched to that machine, maybe that was that additional weapon and special usage that they really needed, because all of a sudden Prelude was on their game, they were on their defense, they were on their pushes, and they did such a good job at completely winning this set.
Yeah, K-Bot, you in particular highlighted some pivotal moments in that Game 3. Not just taking that game into account, but the entire set. What do you think were some of the pivotal turning points that concluded in this result?
Yeah, I mean, there were a handful of things there, right? I think, really, for Prelude, it didn't come together in that last game until the very end, though, right? When you think about having the ability to actually push in and actually get the clams where they're needed most, I mean, I thought Yamum had it. I thought that they got a 2-down situation, but Prelude was able to adapt, was able to adjust, was able to send clams a different direction, still had the Crab Tank at the ready to start lasering down a specific side of the map, and all of a sudden, that window of opportunity started to open up. But I think in that Rainmaker game, as well as Rissa was just talking about, with a little bit of a weapon composition change, all of a sudden something clicked a little bit more. They're able to come on back through and take this set, advancing on to our losers final.
Well, Rissa, speaking of clicking, I want to turn it back over to you for a point that you touched on before this set got started, and that relates to teams and how they deal with, in part, adversity, but also just plain old fatigue. We look at the team that will be moving on from losers to losers finals that was already there a long time. Since round 2, I might add, they've had to go through a 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, and 2-1. Leading up to that set versus Yamum. And with all of that going to Game 3 for the most part, and now looking at Trash Boat, who only dropped 1 game out of, I believe, 9 in the first set, or in the winner side of the bracket, where do you think these two teams will juxtapose each other, with Prelude having played a lot more, but potentially having more of that fatigue?
Wow, that's a really good point to bring up. I didn't even, think about it in sense of that and how much Prelude has played, and played so many games going all the way to Game 3. I mean, it almost seems like they might even be a little bit more warmed up, I want to say. Just the way that they were able to come back in that last set that we got to watch in particular, I could see being a really, really good play for them. I mean, they have the synergy of the night. They know how each other is playing, how each other is feeling, and they know what they want to do. And sometimes I think that's really important, because sometimes you can go into games and, not really know, how everyone's feeling that night, how everyone's playing that night. But this team, they have that synergy tonight, and they have showed that by going this far. Definitely, though, interesting to think about them playing so many Game 3s, best of 3 sets here, because that is a lot of fatigue, and that's a lot of playing and a lot of mental power that you really have to have as you're going into each of these new sets.
Certainly a lot of brain power needed to maintain that optimism, especially when you're in a position to need to reverse sweep. And K-Bot, we've talked a good bit about Prelude, but let's throw it over now to Trash Boat. As I mentioned earlier, having not too difficult of a run in winners up until they face the number 1 seed ericdoa, who's awaiting, of course, the winner of this losers finals match, with Trash Boat doing such an emphatic job and having some heavy hitters, like, if I remember correctly, Orion on those Dark Tetra dualies, and folks like Jared and Leo Focha, who have made appearances at major tournaments. How do you think they'll fare in this losers finals?
Yeah, I mean, I am really looking, to your point, Zach, for Orion and Jared to go off. They're the ones that are rushing in, diving in, trying to find these opportunities for Trash Boat to move the objective forward. So if they're on, this team will do incredibly well. But if they're not able to find those opportunities where they can actually get the splats where it matters, I think this team's going to struggle, especially with how well Prelude is synergizing together as this team. Prelude are the ones creating the symphony now. They're coming through with all of this together, and we're going to see if Trashboat can throw a wrench into things here as you see Orion on those Dark Tetras move forward. Even Jared, like I said, on that splash has been playing much more aggressively than we might expect from a Splash-O-Matic. So watching to see what exactly is going to happen with this team will be incredibly interesting, especially now that we're going back to the counter pick format, Zach.
Yep, and great point there. It's going to be dominance versus that never say die attitude from Prelude. And as you mentioned, for Rissa now, we are going to splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. Definitely want to hear your thoughts about that. But of course, we now go back into not just counter picking, but a best of 5 format, which Prelude will have to adjust to.
What a great point to bring up. I mean, Prelude has known the maps they're going to play ahead of time so far and playing so many of these best of 3s. Now, as we go into this one, knowing that it's going to be zones on Sturgeon, I think it's going to be really interesting. And I think it'll be a good neutral map and mode in particular for us to get a feel for how these teams are playing and how they will play around each other. So starting out here, Prelude gonna actually have opportunities now to have those counter picks as we've got to see them go so far in the bracket. Having a set map list I think will be fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly. And as you mentioned, I want to throw back to a point K-Bot made earlier, which I think applies to both these teams, that they certainly have some Splatoon veterans on their roster who are not just strangers to the game itself, that's a given, but to tournaments and the pressure that can sometimes come with getting into the later stages of these tournaments. Some players are more nervous when getting to these later stages, but a lot of them become jazzed or more fired up that they've made it to this point and really want to prove that their team has what it takes.
And the really interesting thing to watch is going to be the players' mentalities as they shift over the course of even just this set. Remember, Trashboat last played when we saw them last on stream, what felt like nearly an hour ago at this point. They're coming in a little bit cold. It might take them a little bit to warm up, but I imagine they'll start to get more and more fired up as we proceed through the games in this set.
Well, speaking of warm, some of the weapons we've seen for both teams are hot, hot, hot right now. Orion, of course, we mentioned with those Dark Tetra dualies. Nitro doing pretty well, of course, on that splatter shot. And we're seeing just one of the sloshing machine this time. We're also seeing the return of a couple weapons that are somewhat unusual in that Bamboozler Rissa and that Rapid Blaster, I believe, Pro.
Yeah, those were the first 2 weapons that really stood out to me, one being from each team. So I like too that we're getting to see Pulp confidently going back to that bamboo as we start this first match here. But I mean, speaking of first match, Trashboat right now instantly takes the zone and is already pushed up so far into Prelude's side. So Prelude having to instantly get ready to play this really, really tough defense and doing a really good job at it so far as they're getting their specials out.
No competitive Splatoon expert, but I would say getting a wipeout in the early stages of the game is usually a pretty solid way to start things out, as we see Trashboat making their way past 30, absolutely stopping Prelude in place from getting into this zone area, and we may not even see them touch here, as the ways to get into the zone, K-Bot, are relatively predictable, and this one may just wind down. Finally, they take it over, but boy, was that a struggle.
That was such a struggle. Now all of the jumps come in from Trashboat to try to capitalize on top of that, but it's just not enough. Hats off to Prelude. Again, they weren't panicking. They were slowly able to push the members back, take them out one by one, and all of a sudden, the zone ends up being theirs. Even if their opponents got the push and took 97 ticks of that timer down, Prelude's still able to come back here, and it might have just been the opening to this game. We'll see if they can come back, but no, the zone immediately goes right back to the other side. We'll see just how far Trashboat can move forward off of this.
Both teams with sizable penalties right now. We see what started as in the high 60s for Trashboat slowly getting eroded away, but so is their team as Orion will fall here. Pulp trying to do what they can to come back. They have a Killer Whale somewhat close to being at the ready, using, I believe, a Squid Surge there to dodge out of the way of that bomb. A nice tech. They're also going to expend a Booyah Bomb in addition to that Killer Whale, and with that combination, Rissa, Prelude going to take the zone back.
Prelude did such a good job at using those specials together, not pushing in before the specials and making sure they played off of those. That was really, really good for them. Now they gave those 63 penalty points over to Trashboat, but unfortunately for Prelude, 3 of them do go down, and now Trashboat is here to take the zone once again. So Prelude having to be on defense a lot here, but it seems like they have been doing a really good job at keeping their composure and making sure they can get back into the zone to at least cap it.
Back and forth go the scales of justice, or at least the scales of Splatoon in this regard, as we see Orion make a nice diving roll there to get the splat onto Pulp. Not so lucky onto Umbri, as Umbri at the ready for them with the sloshing machine. I have to imagine, K-Bot, for a seasoned player like Umbri, even though they're used to playing blasters, this is a pretty natural transition for them, and it's working out well as they've chipped away just about at their whole penalty again, and once again, it comes down to the wire as Prelude yet again staves off the end of this match.
Man, Prelude are in this one for the long haul here. Just barely able to get it. Nothing on top of the zone. Find the cap. Force the penalty out here. And buying just a little bit more time to find their firm hold. But Trashboat has been doing such a good job so far of maintaining their positioning on top of the zone and not pushing too far forward. Now they're starting to drop to see Jaren move in. But it's a 2-down situation. Now 3-down situation. Prelude is able to punish this every single time. And now has the middle of the map to themselves.
You have to imagine this is just what Prelude does at this point. They just are completely fine with taking things down to the wire. Of course, you'd love to get a knockout when you can, but Prelude seems to thrive in this sort of environment. They've ticked away at their entire penalty, and with a minute left, it would behoove them, of course, not to receive another one. Rissa, they're doing a pretty good job of maintaining their specials. I have to imagine they're going to have to block out Trashboat specials in order to make things work, despite getting some penalty points.
They had to do, that's exactly what they had to do there. You know, specials were coming out from Trashboat. Jared there on that crab did a really good job at getting 2 picks with that. And now, once again, this is the same place that we've seen these 2 teams already. Pulp there using that special there to help their team get into the zone. And with only, with only a few seconds left, that zone is now capped and Trashboat takes that game 1.
Looked like we might be seeing some deja vu there for Prelude, getting so close to going down, but maybe capping the zone. And then that reef slider, that not often used special, ends up securing the zone and securing game 1 here for Trashboat. They looked a little bit backed up at times by Prelude, but for the most part, that was Trashboat's game to lose, K-Bot.
It absolutely was. I mean, and part of what we might have expected heading into this one, right? We know a lot of the players on Trashboat to be incredibly mechanically skilled, but it's worth noting here that Prelude was able to start picking them off a little bit. They showed plenty of signs of life in that last game, and they held on for a long time into those 5 minutes. So it's worth noting that in a meta where we're seeing a lot of splat zones go to knockouts, Prelude was able to hold on to things quite well, punishing overextensions from Trashboat. And while it wasn't enough to net them the game, I expect now that we're heading into some counter picks, they might be able to capitalize off of that.
And Rissa, aligned with the point earlier of warming up and being more so warmed up as one of your main advantages against a team that's not just higher seeded, but did not have to face the adversity in this tournament that your team did as Prelude, what do you think they allocate or potentially look into when deciding on this counter pick, and whether that's based on something that they have succeeded on in this tournament or just something that they feel confident in as a team?
You know, with Prelude getting so far already and going through so many different teams that they've already played, I definitely think, you know, they might even want to play into their strengths in particular. I think, you know, having the ability to just play all these matches so far and using all that mental bandwidth already, you know, they might want to just go into something instead of countering the other team, just go into something that they're comfortable with. You know, of course, there is the ability to counter pick based off of the other team, you know, maybe the Tetras, maybe, you know, that Leo playing that Rapid, you know, there's so many different factors, but I think at this point, at this far in the tournament, Prelude might want to pick something that they're just really confident on.
Well, folks, stop me if you've heard this one before. Mako Zones is exactly where we'll be going for game 2 of this best of 5 set. K-Bot, I know you got some thoughts on this one. Let's have them.
Oh, no. Why are we going back to zones? We just saw Prelude struggle a little bit. I complimented them, of course, right? But Trashboat had the better hand for them. Let's pick something else, please. This map is also going to lock out arguably maybe even more than Sturgeon might have in the last one, especially in Splatoon 3 right now, the way that the meta is. If Trashboat's able to find their way in, especially with Orion or Jared on that Splash-O-Matic turned into Crab Tank that's able to put out so much range, I mean, there are not going to be a ton of answers here for Prelude to actually come on back in with this one. Not to mention Leo playing the Rapid Pro, at least so far, being a little bit flexible, having that ink back, locking things down for a little bit more. I mean, again, this looks like a tall mountain to climb, but Prelude seem to be up for the task.
Well, let's head into Mako Mart or Mako Mart as we have some esteemed linguists here with the heads up. We have both teams sticking with sort of what they know. Double dualies coming out for Trashboat. Of course, they're going to have the splat dualies, which will feature that crab tank that's been so prevalent in this tournament already. And on the opposite side of things for Prelude, still sticking with that bamboo. And for a zone that's sort of led up to by some upwards ramps, this might be to their favor as there are quite a bit of places to perch on, Rissa.
Quite a bit of places to perch on. I mean, with that bamboo, you can safely sit in one area and just hold it. But right now at the start of this game with Trashboat, you know, taking down members of Prelude right away, Prelude now has to get in a position to hold, to get ready to play their defense. I mean, Pulp there on that bamboo, like I mentioned, just using that to create space for their team to be able to drop down like we see Nitro do here.
Nitro going to be swimming around with that deadly Trizuka in tow, doing a great job for Prelude of holding it down and not feeding into the ink back, which you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. As it gets expended, they're going to pop it and try to make up for the loss of now 3 of their teammates, and somehow, regardless of being the last one alive, is going to take that one down, and they will take the fall as Jared K-Bot able to hold things down and continue this push for Trashboat.
It looked so promising for Prelude, but watch as Trashboat, especially Jared here, moves to the other side of the map almost immediately after a call out from a teammate in order to clean things up for Trashboat and keep them with the hold of the zone for at least right now. Fantastic stuff and fantastic communication that you can see in game, an incredibly important feature of Splatoon 3 in a competitive environment, and now all of a sudden it's an ink bath in mid as everyone goes down.
Yeah, speaking of competitive, Orion making full use of all 4 of those rolls there to get a 2-piece, ending up with their team capping the zone back, still at 44, and as time continues to tick down here, Prelude finding a couple of picks, but the map in mid, Rissa, here just not quite in their favor yet.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Looking at the map, I was just thinking about how the sides are in Trashboat's color. They are orange, and that's making it so that way Orion and Jared can just move around freely whenever Prelude finally gets into mid. So they have to be careful about, you know, making sure that they watch these sides that are painted. I mean, speaking of, there is one of the dualies there. There's another one there coming around the side where they had that orange ink to be able to utilize to flank and just continue that pressure that they have been doing.
And to that point, it's not just sides, it's walls. You know, they say in Turf War, don't paint the sides because they don't give you any ink, but in competitive, it's very important to paint the sides, especially as we have walls, boxes, and other obstacles that can really play into the topography of this map, K-Bot.
Yeah, and of course, worth noting here, fantastic stuff actually from Prelude, who's about to take the lead. They were able to get a few of these picks again as perhaps overzealous members of Trashboat come in. Now Orion is going to go off of the map trying to challenge a Crab Tank here. Trashboat might be able to come through with this, especially given with the fact that that ink back is out. It looks like they're able to find the cap, but Prelude holds on for a little while to give themselves the lead, although they don't have much penalty to work with.
Yeah, and Prelude with a lot of penalty taken for getting that lead. However, they are going to be able to get the zone back in time and give a slightly smaller but still very important penalty over to Trashboat as we're at the minute 20 mark or so. And now the members of Prelude do what they do best in this final minute and a half, which is push up now that they finally got the map control in mid. Call them Regigigas, Rissa, because it looks like they might be a slow starter, but a great finisher.
That's a really, really good comparison. I mean, we've seen this time and time again from them. Once we get into the last minute of the match or the scores get really close, suddenly Prelude just pulls it out, and that's where they seem to thrive. Right now, Zone gonna actually switch back over to Trashboat's side, but now it's Trashboat's side to turn to get the lead. They have no penalty points right now, and Prelude is going to have to play this really carefully as we are going into the last 30 seconds.
Yep, and carefully for them means unfortunately giving up the lead here, but 35 seconds is a decent bit to play with here. Prelude going to be expending the Killer Whale 5.1 and also looking to build up the Booyah Bomb. They will find a pick in now 2. That's enough to stop the zone at 12, and that's going to be the point that they'll have to get to because K-Bot Prelude can't really afford to give up the zone at this point.
Huge from the members of Prelude to catch off Orion on that Reef Slider before it rushes right into all 3 of them. And now with 10 seconds left to play, they have the opportunity, but 3 of them go down on their zone right now. It's going to be Trash Boat coming in with plenty of orange ink, and the ink vac is just there for the party. Trash Boat is able to clean up the game at the very end.
And we seem to have talked about it ad nauseum. Don't die on the zone because it's only going to feed the enemy team exactly what they're looking for. And unfortunately, that was an unavoidable conclusion there for Prelude, who once again find their backs up against the wall, this time a little bit deeper, 2 games buried instead of 1 as they were in those best of 3s for so long. Rissa, we now enter, if you're Prelude, a long road to try and make it out. If you're Trash Boat, you're 1 game away from that revenge match.
Looking at this, definitely this is going to be the game that Prelude, if they want to stay in this, they're going to have to win this next match and then also win the next 2. So that is quite the daunting task ahead of you, especially if you're Prelude and already played so many best of 3 game 3s to get to where they are right now. So we totally saw signs of life from them though in that second match. They were doing really good job. They had gotten the lead from Trash Boat too and were playing their defense really well. Just have to figure out, maybe it's going to be in terms of switching around the map and mode. What is it going to be for them that might be the thing where they can take this next game from Trash Boat?
Please not zones, please not zones,
I was about to say, K-Bot, I feel like you've got an answer for this, and I feel like that answer doesn't start with an S or end with an S. What does it start with?
It starts with probably anything else. I mean, honestly, whatever they're most comfortable with is what I would go for here. I don't think that there's going to be one particular mode of the remainder of the 3 that'll be incredibly important. Although, as I say that, maybe I'm thinking Clam Blitz is better, because on Rainmaker especially, if Orion or Jared dives on top of the Rainmaker, all of a sudden you have to slow down, right? And less so for tower control, but Clam Blitz really allows you to open things up. Looks like, though, the mode selection has come through, and it is going to be tower control, so at least I get to breathe a little bit that it's not zones.
Yep, a little bit of a blob sweat there as we breathe a sigh of relief for K-Bot not having to go onto a rampage, although that would make for fantastic content. But as we await the actual map that we'll be going toward, we also get the interesting fact that there are not any maps banned from the winning team here. Trash Boat essentially saying, we will take you on anytime, anywhere. So without those 2 map bans here, Rissa, there are 12 in total for Prelude to choose from, and I'm interested to hear where you think they might move on to.
Ooh, so, I mean, thinking about what Prelude wants to do, thinking about, you know, I mean, when we got to see them previously, they had Pulp riding the tower with that E-leader, and it didn't necessarily work out the best for them. So what is going to be, and that was on Hagglefish, mind you. So, you know, maybe necessarily switching around comps for tower control, maybe picking even a different map. And I think it's important, too, to think about, okay, is Trash Boat going to be running that double dually comp again? And they're really going to have to think about, is there even any map here? It'll be difficult because dualies can pretty much thrive on any map, but is there any of these that might be best to be stopping and slowing down those dualies?
Well, according to our pick, we will be moving on to Hagglefish Market. Once again, a favored map among the community, and for tower control, only second to the map we were just on, Mako Mart, in favorability based on that survey. Of course, likely don't want to go back if you're Prelude to a map that you just lost on unless you feel incredibly confident and it was a lot closer. K-Bot, how are you feeling about this pick?
Okay, you know what? As I look at their other options, being Undertow, Inkblot, and Sturgeon, maybe this one isn't as bad as I originally thought, because it feels like a lot of those other maps do have a little bit more open space where those dualies are going to be that much more of a threat. Here, things can be at least a little bit more mitigated. There's a little bit more open space, which gives you enough room to adjust, especially for a member like Pulp on the back lines or something of that nature. So we'll see exactly what comes of this here, and if Prelude can hold off Trashboat.
Yeah, speaking of threats, I think that was Leofosha who went over to the Reflux, which is a weapon that is not always seen in tournaments, but has been seen in this particular tournament, is a fantastic weapon for turfing, and of course Rissa has those deadly penta missiles at their disposal.
Yeah, that's exactly why you want to be playing that weapon, is being able to utilize those missiles, as we're seeing Leo use those missiles from our perspective here. So using those missiles to help push the tower, Jared on this crab, and April there riding the tower. I love the synergy, the combination of all these specials and players coming together to get this really, really strong starting push.
Yeah, April acting as the backbone of the team while the rest of them have a field day going into the spawn, dipping up and down and out of the ramp, and it looks like that run might finally be over here as April will fall. Jared, the last remaining member, is Leofosha too, will go down, and a delayed wipeout as Prelude finally finding their bearings under them. K-Bot, let's see what they can do and what they can build going into this next push.
Able to hold off that defense there is huge, because that might have very well been the game. That tower can go incredibly fast, especially if you're not careful, and especially with the amount of presence that Trashboat puts out time and time again. But it looks like the jumps come back in. Trashboat makes a fast adjustment, and all of a sudden, it's another 3 down for Prelude. They don't get time to breathe. Jared's already breathing down there next with a crab tank here to boot. Pulp goes down, and Trashboat is moving back forward, approaching this third checkpoint with the tower once more.
Yeah, no kidding. You essentially, if you're Prelude, have to win 2 team fights there. One to get back into mid and one to actually push the tower forward. And as Trashboat gets to checkpoint number 2, they're not, of course, and the final checkpoint rather, they're not having to push past these other ones. So the push to the tower is going to be even that much quicker. They are going to lose 2 members here, but Jared staying alive because of those rolls, able to get the assist there, but it's not going to be quite enough. They make it all the way to 10, and 2 minutes in, Rissa, that's a pretty solid start.
What a solid start. And now thinking about it from Prelude's side, they have to be the ones, if they want to win this, they have to get their score all the way to 9 if they want to win this game. So they have quite the task ahead of them, especially with all this pressure that we're seeing coming out from Trashboat. They are just not letting Prelude breathe. Prelude does have little bits of moments where they are able to get out of their spawn, but it's looking so difficult for them to be able to stop this tower. They are doing a really good job at doing everything they can, as now there's finally 3 members down of Trashboat.
We're essentially seeing deja vu here, though. It's jump after jump for Trashboat. They're using those jumps so effectively. I have to imagine some of them using stealth jump to help get that out there. And of course, it's also crab v crab, as we saw Prelude using that to back members off of the tower. And now the fights have finally started to get into mid. We start to see a splash there from Orion. Nice splat down, and that allows the members to start to jump in. It's Jared who's going to be assisting there. And as soon as it starts to look good here, K-Bot for Prelude, this is already turning back in Trashboat's favor once again.
Zach, I'm getting flashbacks to the Splatoon 1 QR stealth jump on tower control days. These dualies are jumping in, diving all around, and continuing to come up with value here, continuing to keep the push and continuing to keep the map presence as well for Trashboat. One member jumps back, Orion and Jared jump forward into the fight, into the fray, and continue wreaking havoc, not allowing Prelude to do much of anything except sit in their own base. Now another crab tank comes out here of Jared is going to get taken out in the process, and now the delayed wipe. But Prelude have to move, have to pick up the tempo, and it looks like they're finally doing it.
Well, a delay is the word here. Each fight is a huge chunk off the clock here, and Prelude are going to be hard-pressed to lose control of this tower if they want to take this one all the way back. Trashboat having almost all the way cleared that final checkpoint, and Prelude just now in the final minute getting their bearings about them, but they've already lost 2 members. Orion trying to navigate the tricky ink here in mid as they don't have much control, but that's exactly what those rolls are for. They get some backup, and unfortunately for Prelude, another push, Rissa, comes to an end.
They had definitely the signs of life to get a push going, getting finally into mid and getting a couple points on the board, but now they are in this position once again needing to play defense. Now with 2 members down, 3 members down, And it's just Swish here trying to fight for his life, wait for his teammates to come back. There are only 20 seconds left of this. Missiles coming out from Trash Boat. Trash Boat is just stalling this out as much as they can, making it that much more difficult for Prelude to even get in a position to push the tower.
Exactly. What feels even more devastating than them having the tower again is not just that wipeout that we saw, but also that the tower sits in their zone. The jump off of the crab for emphasis, and Trash Boat with an emphatic 3-0 sweep in losers finals sends them back up to grands.
And I have to say it here, Zach. That's the kind of gameplay that separates the squids from the kids, all right? When you've got these Tetra dualies, when you've got these Splat dualies barreling towards you with all their might, what are you going to do? In some cases, you're going to be able to find, if you have enough experience, if you have enough reflexes, if you have enough experience with the game in competitive settings that are high pressure and high stakes when you're on the ropes, you're going to be able to come up with the necessary splats. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just don't have that experience. You don't have the wherewithal. And to Prelude's point, as we've been talking about, they've gone through an impressive losers run so far tonight. They have to be feeling incredibly exhausted. And frankly, I can't blame them. Great showing from them here in this set, but unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough to keep up with the speed that Trash Boat was coming out with.
Yeah, certainly, Rissa. We want to quickly highlight the accomplishments of some of the nearly departed teams from this bottom bracket, from this loser side of things. Prelude coming in as the number 7 and finishing in 3rd place. Yamum 6th place with a similar result at 4th, especially with the team having to play all the way through losers round 2 to make it to where they are. This was not an easy journey for either of them, and now we see Prelude going out in 3rd and Trash Boat making it all the way up to grand finals for a 1v2 matchup.
Yeah, thinking about all the work, especially that Prelude put in tonight, and we got to see a lot of it here on the stream. Really, really good job from them to get 3rd place in this tournament and put in so much work. They did such a good job, and I think you did such a good job at highlighting too there, Zach, just all of the teams that we've got to watch and the placements that they got versus their seeds. Everyone did a really good job, and I love that we all got to watch it here on the stream.
Well, the revenge match, the grudge match, as it were, will happen. Trash Boat knocked into losers by ericdoa Fan Club in a 3-0 sweep, will be coming off of their own 3-0 sweep and try and carry that momentum, K-Bot, into grand finals. And as we see here, we're going to an all too familiar map mode combination.
All too familiar. Boy, have I seen this one before. Back to Splat Zone's Mako Mart, everybody. But I want to highlight here in this matchup, Trash Boat has to play more disciplined. They have to take a few deep breaths and reset themselves here, because what they were able to get away with versus Prelude, they might not be able to get away with here. With a player like .Q staring at you with a laser, with players like Leafy being able to be so flexible and knowing the playstyles, especially of a former teammate on the other side of this map, you're going to see things start to fall apart for Trash Boat if they don't play more disciplined. They can barrel down all they want, but they have to be able to come up with some meaningful advantages and some surprise plays in order to pull away with victories here.
Well, and in both of these rosters, Rissa, there is no room for error and no room to hide, as both of them just bringing the minimum requirement of 4 players each. There's no bench to go back to. If you're having a bad day, you're just going to have to suck it up and keep going with it. And I also want to bring up, too, Trash Boat only getting that counterpicking experience in winners finals with their last 2 games in that set, taking a break there to 3-0 in the last set there against Prelude. And ericdoa Fan Club, if they get put in that position, I wonder how they would respond and how these 2 teams will end up juxtaposing in that way.
That's thinking about that too. I mean, we got to see the way that Prelude was counterpicking Trash Boat. So for a team like ericdoa, who we previously got to watch on stream 3-0 Trash Boat already, you know, if they do get put in that situation where they need to do a counterpick, you know, it almost comes into play. I want to say, you know, what I mentioned previously is where, okay, we're against 2 dualies. What do we do against this? Do we just pick something where we think we might not be able to, you know, make these dualies play as well as they might normally? Do we pick something that maybe doesn't allow them to flank us as much? Because I feel like the way Jared and Orion were previously playing that we watched, I mean, they were constantly flanking, they were constantly jumping to each other, things like that. You have to think about things like that when it comes to counterpicking this team. So it'll be interesting if we get to see ericdoa actually counterpick this time around, since we have previously watched these 2 teams already.
Well, I love that point, and sort of to that point, K-Bot, you know, different teams take different approaches when counterpicking is introduced, or even just when switching to different map mode combinations. Some of them play very much to the meta revolving around those maps and modes and make sure that their weapon is centered and seen as meta for that map mode combination, and others are very comfortable playing 1 to 2 weapons on any map and mode combination and playing just fine with it. Where do you see these teams falling on that potential spectrum?
I mean, there's a variety of things to consider here, right? We've seen Leoto switch over and probably one of the more flexible players in overall the overarching history of like their career, right? Playing right now between the Reflux and the Rapid Pro, but also has the potential to go over to a Splatana or something of that nature as well. Whereas on the same team, Orion is sticking with 1 weapon. It's the Tetra Dualies. You could expect those Dark Tetras to come out and come barreling forward for you. On the other side, we'll see exactly what comes out here. It looks like Leafy's pretty comfortable on the Splash-O-Matic for right now. Of course, we're talking about that Crab Tank being incredibly strong. Isabel probably switching over to that Brush as well most of the time, which is a weapon we didn't get to talk much about in ericdoa's first go-around, other than the fact that it wants to try to wreak havoc here and play a little bit of that disruptor role to allow for things like a shot to come in from .Q and really clean things up. So really going to be interested to see where all of this continues to play out here. I imagine we'll see some flexibility between the maps, but probably not going to be all that much all in the whole.
Well, and on the subject of weapons too, Rissa, we have seen a narrative play out in the latter half of this tournament where it's a team with a dedicated anchor player playing against a team without one, going for more of a not quite hyper offense, but a much more aggressive style of play, and in-your-face style of play, if you will. How do you think this one will shake out with .Q likely staking on that anchor role, and how Trashboat will have to adapt to that play style?
Thinking about this, I think it's interesting because these 2 teams have already played each other, so they already know the weapons. And of course, besides playing each other already, they are all very familiar with each other. They've played with each other, they've previously been against each other, and I think this is going to be Trashboat's moment to rethink about. They know, okay, we've done this before. We know what we need to do differently, and finally just utilize that experience they had and just play differently around it.
Well, grand finals here in Proving Grounds 3. It's ericdoa, your #1 seed, taking on Trashboat, the #2 seed. And weapon composition-wise, K-Bot, we are indeed seeing things like Leotos on that Rapid Blaster Pro, Leafy, of course, using the Crab as always, and lots of typical things as well, like the Sloshing Machine.
About what we expected here, and that early crowd from Leafy is going to net the advantage for ericdoa, is now you're going to start to see the members of Trashboat drop in 1 by 1, and ericdoa is going to try to be all over it, but already Leafy actually going back to build up for another Crab Tank, and it's allowing this ink back to push forward here. We'll see if Trashboat can actually convert here, and they do.
Yeah, smart placement there of the Wavebreaker by .Q. Unfortunately, it's right when they get blasted by an Inkback, so that will go to waste. Not just a life, but a special there. Leafy trying to do some pot-shotting over this wall to try and continue to paint the zone as they're just barely about to lose the cap on the zone, but they grab it back, start to work through that penalty, Rissa, and now it's about equal footing for both sides, but with ericdoa in the lead.
I love that we got to see Orion pushed up there, and you could see Goss and Leafy actually both back up together and both take on that fight together. Just having that type of synergy and game knowledge to recognize that let's not rush towards this Tetra, let's back up and play this together. Things like that is what really, really comes into play and what we've seen from this team already. We get to see it again and see how they differentiate in playing against, you know, a Tetra like this. So, so far now, lead still in ericdoa's favor, and they have are doing a great job at pushing up and taking the zone, taking space.
Don't look now, K-Bot, but the Charger is back in mid, and not just in mid, they're advancing a little bit further forward to try and get some of these picks on the plat, but now realizing that their team is 2 down, having to back off. However, definitely have picked through that penalty quite a bit. They're still forcing splats here as Trash Boat goes 2 down, and this one is looking like it's coming to a close potentially soon.
Things on different side of the map going to different favors. Now you see Goss rotating back around over top of this zone, trying to support a little bit of the rest of the team. Jared's going to go down on this crab tank, though. This is one of the weaknesses with the crab tank. If you can get the crab tank working away from where you're approaching from, all of a sudden it's going to be a lot easier to splat. Now, 7 ticks of the timer left to go here as it's 3 down for Trash Boat, and ericdoa has the patience picking off these members one by one to get themselves the knockout.
Some smoke and confetti celebrating the victory there for our _1 overall seed, ericdoa, who proves that their 3-0 in winners finals was not a fluke, taking it in a knockout on Mako-Mart. And now, Rissa, we get into that dangerous counterpicking territory for Trash Boat.
This is exactly what we were talking about right before this started. Trash Boat here going to have to be the one to counterpick here initially, and it's really going to be, you know, are they going to counterpick something that we have previously seen them counterpick already against this team, or maybe they might go with a different game plan?
Well, we hear the undertones from K-Bot. For those of you who have been with us for some time, no need to guess at what that may allude to. But K-Bot, very interested as we await the actual counterpick, the breakdown of that last set, and what you think may end up happening in Game 2.
What I think might end up happening is that Trash Boat's going to pick to comfort, they're going to pick zones, 2 maps get stricken away, and then all of a sudden they've thrown away a counterpick because the enemy team is just doing a better job. That's what I think is going to happen. What I wish would happen is that a different mode would be played from Trash Boat, who right now are losing the zones matchup. They're losing the zones matchup. They're funneling right into the defenses that are being set up by ericdoa, and ericdoa's again picking them off one by one, and Trash Boat is not synergized enough to actually take them all out. But here we go. Judging by the way that production's treating us right now, it sounds like they've picked splat zones.
K-Bot's a nice guy, everyone. I promise. This is just a very special situation. Getting into the meat of things, we've got Sturgeon and Museum banned from the rotation, which only leaves a handful of maps. So those are going to be out of the equation. And again, Rissa, as we look at Trash Boat, we look at not just this game and this set, but the past sets that they've had, you know, some big wins in and had a little bit of struggles. As we move on to what will now be Hagglefish zones, what do you think will change, not just from Game 1 to Game 2, but how you approach this map from a mode like Tower Control, which is what we've seen a lot in this tournament, to something like Splat Zones?
The first thing that came to my mind when I saw that it was Hagglefish was the flanks on this map, in particular for zones, and having Orion on the Tetras, Jared possibly playing the dualies as well, and then of course their teammates supporting them around that, I think is a reason they might have picked Hagglefish. Just if they can get in a position to act really, really aggressive and utilize those flanks, I could see that potentially being very good for them.
Well, aggressive is the name of the game here for Trash Boat, as they have yet again gone with 2 dualies, the Splash-O-Matic and now Leofocha on the Reflux. It seems like that's been a pretty consistent pick on Hagglefish, and on the opposite side of things, yet again needing to contend with an E-leader, and it looks like that may be the weapon that gets that early pick, K-Bot, on Trash Boat.
Here we go again. Goss moves forward. It's opening up the door for ericdoa to have plenty of control of the middle of the map. And Rissa, those flanks that you mentioned are all well and good, but when ericdoa is moved up this far, you can't get back to those flanks. You can't get around back behind your opponents to cause some havoc to actually happen. There goes Orion trying to get something done, challenging the crab tank here, but it doesn't look like it's... Oh, actually, it might have actually panned out for them this time around. 2-down situation for ericdoa, and maybe Trash Boat have the opportunity to come on back in.
Well, I'm glad at least for a moment we got to spectate the Octobrush. That is a weapon that we definitely wanted to talk about, of course, containing a not very oft-used special in the Zipcaster. But look at Trashboat now, trying a similar strategy. They lose a member immediately and know that it may not exactly pay off for them. So now, with ericdoa starting to get some specials back, Marissa, it's up to whether Trashboat wants to try and beat ericdoa at their own aggressive game or play their own more metered playstyle.
Looks like the metered playstyle here actually came in really, really good for them. Pushing up slowly, getting the zone here, and Q just acting as... I mean, even if you're just not even getting picked up when you're on the other team, if you see Q's laser looking at you, you are definitely going to back up. Jared, though, just rushing down Q right there, but Leafy was right there to back up Q. Now, the zone did cap over to Trashboat, but with Leafy crabbing here right in the zone should just flip instantly back into ericdoa's favor.
You know, as much as I like seeing Crab, and with its prevalence, we see it a lot, it's always interesting to see it on a map with not too many obstacles, where you kind of have to play it just behind the zone with not too much to defend yourself. Leafy getting very in deep, and they're able to jump out with those 10 missiles locking them. But while that's going on, 3 members down on the side of ericdoa, and K-Bot Trashboat starting to eat away at that penalty.
Here's the thing that's giving me a little bit of sign of hope right now. Trashboat is starting to play a little bit closer together. They're taking fights into 3v1s or 3v2s instead of just diving in alone and trying to get something to happen that way. Now, they're super far forward pushed up. They're actually looking like they're going to take the lead here, and indeed they will, with plenty of orange ink to spare. And it's ericdoa that has to find a response to push back in.
So we see Issa here getting on top of this uninkable tent here. This is normally a spot for chargers, but if you're looking to build up something like your Zipcaster, you may want to be starting from a high ground vantage point. We also see the Reeve Slider coming in from the opposite side of things for Trashboat. A little bit of contesting there, but it's able to be saved, at least for the moment, by Trashboat. ericdoa finally able to take it over, but a huge penalty going to be at their behest. Issa now pushing forward with this Zipcaster, not able to find anyone. That timer so small, and for now, ericdoa will content themselves, Rissa, with trying to get this penalty kicked down and get the rest of that progress.
Yeah, they now have the zone, and they just need to make sure that they hold this, playing it so carefully. Leafy there waiting and sharking, getting a really, really nice pick onto Orion. Now getting a second pick on to Jared as well, and with no penalty points, their points are counting down right now with essentially 2 members coming back from spawn for Trashboat. They are now in control of the zone, have the lead, and are so close to completely KOing.
And that is the point at which I would have expected a Crab to play, is on that uninkable tent, and they use that in combination with the rest of the weapons for Trashboat to be able to get the zone back. But we are getting into territory, K-Bot, where Trashboat will not be able to lose the zone, or the penalty that they're given may just be too much for them to bear.
They find the picks necessary to move back in, but now they might have overextended. It's a 3-down situation for them as ericdoa collapses around them all at once. They're going to push back in to find this zone here, and now it looks like one of the members is still up, trying to dive back in from behind, but it's just not enough to keep the position for Trashboat. Now they have to find another engagement. They found this multiple times before with this ericdoa defense, but they'll have to do it again, and they'll have to make it stick.
And speaking of position, this is where Q can excel, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, as they find a nice jump snipe onto a member of Trashboat. They are going to bring some 10 missiles onto the zone, but it's hardly going to matter, as that helps in combination of a wipeout. It looks like they've just got a few more penalty points to chew through. Time expiring anyway. They're back up into their plat, getting some directs, but it's not going to matter in the end. Trashboat, unable to make their way out of spawn. The beginning of the game matches the end, and ericdoa coming 1 game away from taking the tournament.
Ooh, it seemed like there, especially right towards the end, as soon as ericdoa was able to take out and clear out the sides and make sure those were clear, and then push up past that, as soon as they got Q in a good position in mid for her to be able to utilize her E-leader range and utilize, you know, that laser looking at Trashboat, I think that really, really came into play and was really helpful. It just took some time to carefully get in that position, but ericdoa did such a good job at carefully getting in positions to be able to even do that.
Well, I shudder in fear to ask K-Bot a question about map and mode combinations, but
Zach,
somebody's got to do it.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right in the last one, okay? Our production is telling us that it is tower control in the next one. Thank goodness, which in fairness, this is what Trashboat did in the winner's set as well, right? They picked zones on their first counter pick. They lost that game 2, and then they moved on to game 3, and they switched it up for the mode. So they are changing it up here. It turns out that they're not going to lose completely on zones here, but nonetheless, again, like, that was actually close. I actually thought the Trashboat might have been able to find a way to take that game, but Rissa, to your point, once you get .Q set up, let it be known that .Q does not fall for 3 times in a row in a single game. That's basically what happened there, and it's what closed it out here for ericdoa. But now I'm going to be interested to see what the adaptations are here from Trashboat, moving over to tower control. But the thing about tower control is that it's at a set pace. They can't move the tower as fast as they want. They have to be limited by the tower's control, and I don't know if that'll be the best for them, given how explosive we know Orion and Jared both to be.
Well, on the topic of limitations here, we have the 2 maps that are banned from ericdoa as we look for Trashboat to pick our ultimate destination. It will be Undertow and Sturgeon being banned, and the map we're going to for tower control, Rissa, is Inkblot Art Academy, a map that we've seen before in this tournament, another map that is, generally speaking, a favored map for the Splatoon map pool that we have here, but this is certainly a tournament-defining, potentially, game for both of these teams.
This is the game where Trashboat, if they want to stay in this tournament and do a reverse sweep here, they are going to have to win this map and mode. So interesting that this is their counter pick, and you know, the one thing that stands out to me again is those flanks, being able to utilize flanking around the left or the right towers that are in mid. I think that'll be really, really crucial for them. So let's see as we go into this 3rd match if they're able to utilize that.
Well, Leotos, we got a glimpse of their banner, and it showed that they have 4-starred both of the Rapid Blaster variants, and it makes sense then that they would be bringing the Rapid Blaster Pro here. Blaster's generally well thought of for tower control because of its ability to hit multiple targets on that small moving space. The Octobrush K-Bot back as well, and on a map like this one with some nice map elevation changes and topography, it could play out for them in this one.
And look already, Isabel moved up super far forward, sharking up there, waiting for another member of Trashboat to come in. And all the meanwhile, the members of Trashboat are split up, opposite sides of the map right now for them. And now Jared gets rushed down by 2 of the members of ericdoa. Looks like actually able to come away with that one. ericdoa is the ones to go 2 down as Jared starts to turn his attention towards the opponent's side of the map to open up an opportunity for a Trashboat push.
And Rissa, it looks like there are 3 constants in life: death, taxes, and the prevalence of Crab Tank in the current meta. We see, I believe, 2 on each team. Of course, the double Splash-O-Matic for ericdoa, and then the combination of the Splat Dualies and the Splash-O-Matic, as we see Trashboat continuing to make a pretty solid push here, getting to that 2nd checkpoint. But of course, it's going to be a Crab Tank that helps to get them off.
A Crab Tank helping start this push for, you know, going onto the plat area for ericdoa, and then, the other team, and then also a crab helping stop that tower. So they are everywhere in this game, and it is so prevalent in the meta. We are absolutely seeing that, as there is constantly a crab, whether it's one team or the other on the map.
Well, speaking of specials, there's 3 readily available here for ericdoa, and they've just now started their push, and look at where this Zip Caster's coming from. That's going to be one pick there into Leotos, looking for the next one onto Jared, who they at least get a little bit of their crab armor down, but they'll have to retreat forcibly. That's essentially, though, 3 down on the side of Trashboat. That's going to end their push. The lead long gone. Q, of course, your anchor player, is the one you want sitting on the tower, and they're getting to that 3rd checkpoint. This one's going to be difficult to make a comeback on.
Now .Q forced him back away as a few of the bombs are coming in off of the spawners, and of course Leofotia also pushing in with that Rapid Blaster, but still presence maintained here for ericdoa right now. Plenty of green ink in the area, and they might try to look for the re-engage as some of their specials come back online. Looks like, though, Jared flank angle sneaks around from behind, but now is the last one up. It's now a delayed wipeout here, and ericdoa still maintains their presence.
And look at the map control here on top of the flag. Goth's going to be helping to maintain that, not just with their main weapon, but with the burst bomb. But unfortunately, it's going to be a 1v2 against them to stop the push on this tower finally. But a large portion of the clock eaten away here as they now have to retreat and build up those specials once again. They are going to get .Q, which is an important pick here as Orion sharking around, looking for the next one, looking to use those dualies despite their lack of map control. And they will find a pick onto Goss, but not quite enough for us to move that tower forward quite yet.
Yeah, a lot of stalling happening right now as the tower is just constantly in this area. You know, the map is completely green right now from ericdoa, and they are just constantly holding the tower. They haven't necessarily gotten in a position to KO this, but they are keeping this constant map presence, paint specials, and getting ready to set up, and they're just not letting the other team move at all. That can be really important too, because the more they keep the tower away from the other team, the harder it will be for them to even get points on the board to take the lead.
So we see April here trying to help maintain control of their plat, as once again ericdoa looking to knock this one out if they should be able to. And Trash Boat going 2 down is a major factor in that. It's going to be once again probably Crab versus Crab, as April waiting for the most part for Goss's Crab to go down a little bit, but it may have still been too early as it gets shredded by the opposing Crab here for ericdoa. They now have to sit back on top of this platform here, K-Bot. We're sort of in a neutral state yet again, but with 45 seconds left, that has to heavily favor ericdoa.
Right now, it absolutely does, especially when .Q is this far back, sitting in mid, so much green ink around, and there are constantly members in the enemy side of the map for ericdoa. Trash Boat is still struggling to find a way to completely move out of their spawn together as a team. There are still curveballs being thrown at them time and time again, whether it's a splash moving forward from Leafy turning into a grab tank, or the Zipcaster going up the air from Isabel here on the Octobrush. Now it's 2 down for Trash Boat. It looks like they might have an opportunity, but Issa comes up from behind, and it looks like that ericdoa is going to be able to seal this one. Overtime's forced. Taco's on tower, gets taken out with the ink back, and that'll be all she wrote for Proving Grounds 3.
Trash Boat starting from net negative in that final team fight, not able to come back. It takes a simple touch of the tower from ericdoa fan club to cement themselves as not only being able to sweep Trash Boat 3-0 twice, but as your Proving Grounds 3 champions. So going through 2 splat zones and a TC is enough in their case to get them the W. Rissa, your thoughts on this set?
This set, I mean, there were definitely signs of life from Trash Boat. They were doing much better, I think, against ericdoa than the first time that they played them. So they were doing a really good job at figuring out how to adapt. But just ericdoa was absolutely on their game tonight. They knew, you know, they didn't need to panic. They knew how to play around that double dually comp really well, and they figured it all out, and it worked out just so well for them. They were absolutely on their game tonight.
And K-Bot, absolutely ecstatic here to get your reaction, not just to this set, but to the tournament as a whole. We saw lots of things consistently brought up, a few twists and turns, but this was definitely an emphatic victory at the end for ericdoa.
The takeaway from tonight is please don't pick splat zones into your opponents that locked you out and knocked you out 2 or 3 times in a row. Just don't do it, okay? It's not going to go that much different. Or when you do, carefully consider the map that you're playing. Yes, the flanks on Hacklefish are all well and good, but if the opponent can move ahead of those flanks, you don't have access to them, everything is still going to be right in front of them, and you're just going to keep dropping, and they'll continue to easily pick them off. Hats off to the discipline, sticking in those positions, not moving too far forward, understanding the win conditions from ericdoa. That's really what netted them the victories tonight. And of course, obviously, the entire tournament was played incredibly well. I mean, fantastic storylines, right? Trash Boat still was able to come together, still got to the place that they did, and Prelude making their way through nearly the entire losers bracket to end up with a bronze medal. Fantastic stuff coming out from all of our participants tonight.
Well, we'll be signing off shortly here. Rissa, let's get a quick sign off from you, as well as your socials and anything you have coming up or that's worth mentioning.
Nothing coming up for me, nothing crazy. Just if I had a great time commentating with both of you tonight, and thank you IPL for having all three of us on tonight, as well as Siren and Fusion right before us. Of course, if you need to find me, you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at Rissa High, and that's about it for me.
Well, thank you again, Rissa. And K-Bot, same question to you. You are, as always, a very busy individual. Where can they find you and anything coming up?
I don't have anything coming up for right now, but of course, what I do have coming up, you can probably find on my Twitter at kbot_273. Shoutouts, by the way, around to the staff tonight, Popgun Zenith and the TOing desk and Elemental running production for us here tonight. Thank you all for having all of us out, and of course, the two of you are always a pleasure to get to cast with. I had a lot of fun tonight, even if it sounded like I didn't. I promise you I had fun.
We love the enthusiasm regardless. Once again, thank you everyone to the casters, staff, and of course the players and viewers for watching Proving Grounds 3. Thanks so much to IPL Splatoon for hosting. That's going to do it. Congratulations again to ericdoa Fan Club on first place. We'll catch you on the next one, and good night.